I would need my clicker here, so if I can just get the clicker, that'd be perfect. Thank you so much. Apologies for a few minutes late here. I was just doing a press and analyst meeting. But thank you for joining. So today morning, hopefully you got to attend the keynote, and we spoke about the innovations which we are doing with full stack observability. So today I'm going to spend a little bit more time showing you, double click on it, and we have some really cool demo. And then PetTech is going to join me on the stage to kind of double click on more morning what we were speaking about. So if you realize, applications are the front door for your digital stores. Like the way you have store managers for your physical brick and mortar stores, your IT team is actually the store manager for your digital assets. It's basically doesn't mean that it's only used for buying a pizza, but it's also used for a lot of critical functions. So it has become super critical for us and for you all to help deliver that flawless digital experience. And just to sort of understand the state of art or state of affair, we kind of surveyed our customers across Cisco. And in fact, 80% of them suggested that they really struggle to deliver that flawless digital experience. 56% of them, they said, they have somewhere between 10 and 140 tools. Just think about it. And that's just for monitoring, not even counting the security tools. So clearly, this tool sprawl causes frictions amongst the teams. And more importantly, it's a siloed way of looking at the asset from application perspective. And 2/3 of you actually already came to the conclusion that the right way to solve this is to bring the data, unify the data. And so this is where we are really focused on it, saying how do we work to solve those problems around tool sprawl, reducing the friction, bring the data together. But if you look at it the observability perspective, not having the right set of the observability from a different buying persona perspective, this is where it matters. For C-suites, it's clearly revenue impact is the brand if you don't have the right set of observability tools. From your CIOs, it's about digital experience. It's about working with your business partners to make sure that you're meeting their desired goals on the business. From an IT team perspective, clearly it's tool sprawls, frictions, silos, war rooms, right? So those things will be a problem from a persona perspective. So we at Cisco, when we look at the full stack observability, and we define this in the morning, right? We're really trying to bring different domains together to help you understand the full landscape of applications. But in reality, where does your journey start if you want to start from a full stack observability? We strongly believe that it needs to start from understanding the applications. So having a great APM tool, which is application performance monitoring tool, is the right place to start. Because once you understand the applications, once you understand the transactions for the applications, you can quickly start to map that into networking or security. And so we spoke about this in the morning where we said we're bringing networking, security, applications. Some of the other components which we look at it is multi-cloud, infrastructure, right? So we're looking at all of these dependent components, bring the telemetry together, unify that data. Remember, we talked about siloed view of the data. Here we are bringing this telemetry together to really get you that end-to-end understanding of what's happening. And we took the use case approach, right? So one way to build a platform was to just unify the data, do a big data dump. But then you know what happens? The cost to you goes up through the roof because you're just ingesting so much data. So instead of doing just the pure data dump, what we did was to really look at the use cases, jobs to be done, problems to be solved, and bring only the right set of telemetry into the platform, hence reducing the cost, and those benefits we pass it down to our customers. So we looked at those 7 or 8 use cases which we continue to talk about it. And we talked about this last year when we were here. And in fact, all of these are available. And if you get a chance, please do go and visit our show floor here. There are some really amazing demos available. It makes it real for how you can use this in your environment. To show you a little bit more detail about our observability platform, and this has been now shipping for around 6 to 7 months, we anchored around open telemetry. If you look at it, the app stores or Android's Play Store, right? They allow, or most of the other vendors' app stores, they allow to use the northbound API. What we've done it is, we've been allowing ability for our partners to drop in their components, their program into our platform, run it safely and securely. We are allowing them to extend the model which we have developed. So for example, if you have VMware environment and running Kubernetes inside, what's the sort of relationship between those infrastructure components? But if our partner wants to extend that, they're able to easily extend it. They're able to easily extend the UI. They're able to provide new set of APIs, right? So the extensibility is, there is an 8 degree of extensibility which we provide. And this is where the magic happens. This is where our partners are able to do a rapid innovations. So this was the fundamental construct for us to sort of build not only the platform, but build the applications and enable our partners. Because as you know, tool sprawl, right? We at Cisco have expertise in certain set of segments. Not all. Our partners and some of your customers operate in a different verticals, and we want to just open up the ecosystem. So instead of spending time on a whole bunch of modules, what I wanted to do was really talk about 2 use cases which are really landing well with our customers. And those are around digital experience monitoring and business risk observability. So I'm going to take the first one, which is my favorite use case, which is around business risk observability. This is where we're bringing the security and application insight together. And the way we sort of went about was, if you look at your applications, you may have thousands of applications. Monitoring each of those applications' security assessment is sort of hard. You want to have one single score so you can watch how your business risk is happening across your fleet of application. And that's basically where what we did was took each application score and sort of came up with a formula to come up with a total business risk score for your estate. So you're watching this score on a daily basis, and if it is basically, some of the inputs are vulnerabilities in your applications. API security posture. Are you using the right encryption when your applications are calling the APIs? Are your application accessing some of the bad actors who are out there, right? So a lot of those sort of gives as an input when we come up with the business risk or business score for application. So we really come up with this business score, and our goal is your observability operator can look at the score and saying, if we found new vulnerabilities today, your business risk would go, and you double click on it, and you can know exactly why your business risk score went up. So this is where we are really working together. And to just achieve some of the things, capability which I'm talking about, you would need at least 5 or 6 different tools. Tools like, of course, App Dynamics, but tools like Kena Security, tools like Talos, tools like Panoptica. And think about it having 4 different or 5 different consoles to achieve what you have been able to achieve by consolidating those telemetry. And this is where the power is. When you bring the data together, you start to get some of the insights which are really hard to get it if you had disparate tools. So that's basically where we are focused on it. This use case is available now for your hybrid applications, which are your legacy 3 tiers application, or if it is cloud native. Irrespective of what kind of application environment is, you're able to monitor from a vulnerability perspective, security perspective. But we are adding more capabilities in here. So if you look at it from a data security perspective, the state of the art on data security is do not allow access to the data, right? You put firewall rules, et cetera, to not allow access to the data. But the modern approach of doing data security is to really look at it, the access pattern in top of it, who has the access to it, right? So you may have a user who typically accesses few tables in your Snowflake, but he or she has a permission to access thousands of tables. Maybe your financial data, maybe some of your employee information, maybe some of the PII data. And most of the time, if you look at it, we apply AI here to understand what's the user's behavior. What are the things which that user does it? Looks at and operates on few tables, copies it onto S3 bucket, and that's basically where he finishes his work. So we monitor each user who's accessing those instances and sort of understand their behavior. If we see system sees the deviation to that behavior, we are immediately able to raise the alert to saying, this user typically doesn't access this particular table, but it does access this, right? And this is the case in where if you had somebody doing exfiltration by hacking a user, and I know Jeetu spoke about this, but understanding if there is a data leakage happening, typically if you know, it takes 270 days before you even realize somebody was leaking and siphoning the data, right? So once you realize, to understand how the data leakage happened is another big problem, right? So why this capability, we are able to give you the capability for you to understand what was attack path, which user was compromised, what data was compromised, and we are also making you predictive and proactive, wherein if the user doesn't need the permission, we can also recommend the permission. So today we are supporting Snowflake and S3 buckets. We'll expand this to Databricks and other solutions. The second use case is around, let me click on this, to digital experience monitoring. And digital experience monitoring is really trying to help you understand how to deliver that end-to-end experience. And if you look at your applications, your users are coming from all over the place, right? They're coming from mobile devices, browser, to a coffee shop nearby, or from their office. They have a big internet in the middle before they hit and access your applications. And some of those applications, in fact, are doing API calls, maybe for payment gateway, right? If you are, for example, e-commerce vendor, to do the transaction, you may be doing a payment gateway by Stripe or other provider. So you need to understand the behavior of all of those components. This is where we paid a lot of attention and brought in the right set of insight from all of those components. And that's basically what we call a digital experience monitoring. And at Cisco, not only we are able to help you with digital experience monitoring for your end users who are accessing your customers who are accessing your applications, but we are also able to help you with your employees' experience. And that's how we talk about digital experience monitoring. So it's employee experience as well as your customer's experience. And if you look at it, ThousandEyes and Exedience, these are the two products which we have it on our networking. So ThousandEyes, for some of you who are not familiar, provides a great set of insights in the internet. Exedience does exactly the same thing for your private network. If you have dark fiber, if you have your private links, they are able to provide you that kind of insights. So what we've done it is, as part of our observability platform and app dynamics, we brought it in those insights together to give you end-to-end understanding from an internet perspective. We spoke about session replay, right? This is an ability for you to understand your end users recording, masking of the PII data. And this is unbelievably powerful capability because you can see the rage clicks, where customers are trying to click on some buttons and nothing is working, right? And we tie that together with internet problem or application problem. We didn't spend much time on this, but just to kind of level set, cloud costs are a big problem for our customers. Most of the people ran to the cloud, deployed a whole bunch of applications without realizing the implications of it. When the bill comes in, that's when people are starting to pay attention. And what we've done it is, side by side from your application visibility perspective, we are actually able to give you the cost of tier of your applications. We are also able to show you how much each team is consuming from a cloud cost perspective. We are also able to show you what is the potential opportunity for you to save the cost, right? And if you wish so, we can actually optimize it, right? So it's a full cycle, providing the visibility, giving you the insight in terms of how much you could save, and then if you wish so, we can actually implement those changes and save the cost. Sustainability is a big initiative in this region. Understanding the CO2 emission for your application is built into this dashboard, right? It's not a new product, not a new UI. It's built side by side with your application visibility. Some of the upcoming innovations, and again, we have sessions for a lot of this, so just take an opportunity to go and attend if you are interested. AIOps is something which we are going GA, right? Here are the components which we are ingesting the telemetry so that we can correlate those events to really help you reduce your mean time to detect and mean time to repair. Cisco AppDynamics, ThousandEyes, VMware ecosystems, Catalyst, ServiceNow are all sort of supported today. And as you can see, we'll continue to expand this beyond what you have seen it up. This is so powerful when people see this. It gives and helps them integrating with ServiceNow, managing the incidents. And I think when outages happen, the first question we all ask is, what changed? What were the events, right? So that we can quickly narrow down the problem. This module has a built-in AI to understand what's the noise versus what's real, right? And it's able to bubble up those so that you can really pay attention to what matters and what is important for you to take action. I spoke about GenAI. Ability to monitor LLM usage by your application is available. And we are actually adding natural language interface. Everywhere you can enter the query language, you can actually sort of communicate, like, show me errors for this particular application, which happened in last 10 minutes, and find out this service if it belongs to that error. Things like that you can ask, and I think it makes it super easy for your level 1 operator to become really, really smart. And then GenAI, from an AI assistant perspective, is something which we are actively working on it, and we will actually go live by summer of this year, and we will go preview in the March. So if you are interested, please do come by and then sign up with us, and we can, of course, work with you to show you some of this capability. I'm not going to do a demo of this because we are running a little bit tight on the time. But if you're interested, just stop by, and then we can double click on it. The next innovation, which is I'm super excited, is around eBPF. eBPF is called Extended Berkeley Packet Filter. We talked about agents. You have agents for Java, you have agents for .NET, you have agent for Ruby. eBPF is a capability which sits in Linux kernel, and you do not need agent for a particular language. It's generic enough, which allows you the visibility from a networking perspective on what processes are talking to what. Are you seeing TCP timeouts or not, right? Really powerful capability. Again, we are going GA this week on this one. Demo available in the booth as well. So just to make it real, I want to invite Renato, who is my chief demo officer here, to showcase with digital experience monitoring how we are bringing those different tools together. So Renato, come on the stage, please. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So are you ready to go?
Yep, ready to go.
All right. So what are we going to show today?
So we're going to show digital experience monitoring. More importantly, how people go from understanding the user behavior and the problems they're facing all the way to the root cause of what that problem could be. Right?
All right.
So when you land in DEM, you're going to go into the alerts page. That's what you want to do when you're looking at your users. And we can see an increase in the alerts here. So let's take a look at the alerts. I see the alerts here, and at the top of it, based on the impact, how many users are being impacted by the problem, we reduce the events so you can focus only on the things that matter. And we got one here saying Core Web Vitals. That's the one we have a problem now.
Yeah, so Core Web Vital is a Google way of search ranking your property.
Correct.
So it's super critical for you to make sure it's good.
Exactly. Not only your users judge you now, but Google also judges you.
That's right.
So let's click here. And when I go into it, I can see exactly what the metric is. And I can understand what are the users spread across Europe, what are the problems they're facing. So here I can see that we captured actually 925 of those users' behavior. So we can look at what they were experiencing when the problem happened. So I'm going to click on that. Now I see the list of sessions. I'm going to open the session on the top. And then I can see here right live the user going at it. And you can see the application slows down. It doesn't respond.
This is our session recording capability.
Exactly. And as you can see here also, the session recording capability looks at the data, and if there is PII data, it redacts it out immediately. So it has AI capability to look at it and remove the things that are important. So if I scroll down, I can see the mark here on my network resources page. And then scrolling down, I can actually see that I'm pulling resources, and there is an AJAX call that's getting an issue. If I click on the issue here, we are correlating data across the EM and APM. So we see we're monitoring the APM services on the back, and we see that there is a problem with services that support this web. So I'm going to click and see details. Then I'm now on an APM alert, completely integrated, and I can basically see the path.
Whole service graph, yeah.
What all of the services impacted and who is being impacted. And if there is, of course, I want to go further, and if I have the ability to, I can go to remediation and immediately jump into the logs capability, the spans, the traces, see everything that's going on.
That's super amazing by bringing these different tools. The kind of insight, I mean, this would have taken you orders of hours.
It would.
We were able to kind of narrow it down in a short span of few minutes.
Exactly.
This is amazing capability, and I'm sure you will see a lot more capability on the demo floor. Thank you very much, Renato, for your help. So, you heard from Renato how good when we bring the tool sets and a data perspective. And Patek was there this morning with us talking about how HSBC is driving this full stack observability at HSBC, really to deliver that flawless digital experience. So let's spend more time with Patek and kind of think about how they are solving this problem. Patek, come on over the stage, and thank you for joining again here with me.
Thank you.
All right.
Second time in a day you have
Yes.
me. Thanks for having me.
All right, all right. So Patek doesn't need an introduction. HSBC doesn't need an introduction. But if you just look at it from a insights perspective in terms of what you're trying to do, like really get into the details of it here, can you talk about ownership perspective? And I think you have a new role at this point, right?
Yeah.
And I think one of the secret I'll share, Patek was the one who planted seed for me to take this role. So thank you, Patek.
Yes.
That's why I'm here. And,
Yes, for everyone's benefit, Ronak and I, we know each other for a few years now. In my current role and my previous role as well, just a brief introduction. I head up the service management for HSBC globally. And I took that role recently. Before that, I was the global head of telecommunications. So, we've been discussing around, observability and how we actually scale a solution up that works for an enterprise like HSBC. We're fairly large and complex. So in my previous role, of course, observability was very relevant, but with the new role, my interest goes beyond the telecom estate. And hopefully, if you managed to join this morning's keynote, we touched briefly in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. But really, over many years, we have adopted many tools that is from Cisco as well. Of course, we looked at adoption of App Dynamics, Thousand Eyes, Splunk, and many others. We do have a fairly busy estate in terms of what we leverage for monitoring and alerting. But ultimately, where we're trying to get to is to really have this unified view, because we realize that we have capabilities for the network, capabilities for the application layer. Ronak and I, we talked about how we get these tools much integrated. But when you think about a bank like HSBC, and you really put the customer lens a little bit as well, we need, when we say full stack, we really mean full stack. I'll give an example if that's okay.
Yes,
kind
please.
of taking a little longer than maybe expected to answer, but let's assume obtain a mortgage as one of our important business services. So how do you see the health state of that particular important business? So there are IT services that make up this offering from the bank's perspective. So we call that IT service chain maps. That is what I was referencing to this morning at the keynote as well. And then there's the underlying infrastructure, of course, this IT service chain relies on. So when we say full stack, we talk about really all the way from infrastructure to service chain, all the way to the service that the customer really sees on their devices. So we're looking to really unify. It's no longer good enough to know what's happening in the network, what's happening in the application, but really unify that observability for that chain so that we truly understand, the user experience. Let's say obtain a mortgage. What's the user experience leveraging or using that important business service for the bank?
No, it's super critical in this age when it's a boardroom metrics. I'm sure you're all sort
absolutely.
of really focused on it. So customer experience is critical for success of your brand and business success. In what ways, if you can enlighten our audience here, full stack observability contributes to this important aspect? Kind of how you're bringing it together, different tool sets.
Yes, I mean, as I mentioned, important business service. So a little bit touch again, it may feel like a repeat from the morning, but operational resilience for us is a top priority as a bank. I said again in this morning as well, having the trust with our customers, with our regulators. So there's no surprises that observability plays a pivotal role in this context, because it really underpins everything. It gives us much better insights in terms of really understanding what might be contributing positively or negatively to our customer experience. So for that reason, it's really important. And we did adopt tools like App Dynamics and Thousand Eyes. But one thing I guess I want to call out, there's so many tools you can have, unify them and provide observability. But one of the really important things, like with Thousand Eyes, for example, the power of such tools is that it doesn't only give you a visibility to your immediate environment, but deeper into the internet. Right, so we have adopted Thousand Eyes quite a while ago. We started our journey with deployment of that across our data centers. We have cloud-hosted agents, we have data center agents. So we're running a lot of synthetic tests around our environment. And what we have noticed is that some of our partners, our third-party networks, are experiencing degraded service and they don't even realize. And we actually detected this using Thousand Eyes, and we were able to notify them, and therefore, they could do advertising their routes through their peering partners, etc. They actually were able to stabilize and restore the service pretty quickly after us notifying them. So it really helps us work much more closely. And why that is important is because internet is becoming much of our backbone now, and we are adopting more and more third-party services. In particular, SaaS, cloud is a big driver. Adoption of cloud is a big driver. So it's no longer the enterprise network and that's it. But actually, this ecosystem is becoming much more complex. So leveraging tools like Thousand Eyes gives you a deeper insight to the internet and really helps to deal with that challenge in a much more effective way.
Yeah, no, and I think this is also sort of helping your network ops and application ops teams to work together, saying quickly triage and figure it out, whether it's in your network or it's in the internet, whether it's in your application or it's the problem is somewhere else.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean, to give you an example, mobile banking app, right? We did integrate App Dynamics with Thousand Eyes. It's fully integrated, and we're able to detect an alert when we are seeing any degradations. And when I say degradation, this is not like just a complete outage. Of course, we are seeing latency, jitter, and all sorts of other measures, and that sometimes contribute to what we call the intermittent issues at the application layer that the customer faces. So we're able to actually pick up those intermittent issues much more effectively now.
And Patek, when we were talking yesterday, you kind of shared some of the success stories with your full stack observability journey. Would you mind sharing that with our audience?
Absolutely. I mean, I'll give a couple of examples, if that's okay. One is, not everything is obviously customer-facing. We're also using applications internal that are critical for the productivity of the wider workforce. And, especially during COVID periods with the hybrid working, and it's still the case for international companies like HSBC, video conferencing picked up significantly. So when I look at our backbone traffic, more than 50% is video. So everybody relies on video conferencing regardless. So one of the things we did, again, similar to the mobile banking application example, we integrated, again, App Dynamics with Thousand Eyes. And we had cases where we detected a pattern that was clearly heading towards a significant outage, but we were able to detect this well ahead on time and really take the remedial action to prevent any significant outage. So we do use these cases to prevent outages, which I touched on very briefly during the morning session as well. Another thing that we did, again, I touched on, we have a fairly large international network across our estate. So very large data center footprint HSBC has. We operate across more than 50 plus markets, and actually calls out here 62 markets to be more precise. So we do provide a lot of connectivity of our markets to where the applications are back to our data centers. So that is carried over our international network in the backbone. So it has a significant importance, right? One of the things that we do is that we also look at the health state of our backbone, leveraging Thousand Eyes and other telemetry that is available from the environment. And you would be familiar, if you're engineers in the industry, sick but not dead, right? Yes. We all hate that scenario. When it's a complete outage, it's easier to deal with. But when it is a degraded issue, it's a significant problem to detect. So we leverage Thousand Eyes, again, to detect these cases. And we couple that with our automation capability. So when we detect that degradation level, we auto-fail over to the healthier links on our backbone to really make sure that the service is fully available at all times. And that was a significant improvement for the service quality at the time as well.
Yeah, no, I think really helping you become predictive, proactive is where you're sort of headed towards. Yeah. And I know you've done a ton of work, and we have a lot of
There are more examples, but a few perhaps to call out in this.
Yeah, no, and so we'll be around here if you have more questions, and we are happy to spend some few more minutes, because we are over time here. But thank you for coming by. Thank you, Patek, for joining me on a couple of sessions.
Pleasure.
And thank you so much. So just the last thing, right? Just think about it with the full stack, what it can do for your environment. So let's spend this week some time together and understand how we can work with you to really help you on your observability journey. With that, I'm going to be here till Sunday morning, so you can catch me and we can spend some more time talking about observability. Thank you very much for coming by, and have a great Cisco Live.
All right, so we are just out of our first innovation talk. It's all about FSO. Really exciting to hear from Ronak there. We're going to actually head straight out into the world of solutions. Rob, you're at Cisco App Dynamics, is that right?
That is correct. I am here and I'm hunting down all the most important elements of FSO. We've heard a lot of talk about digital experience monitoring. And so what I wanted to do was ask my good friend Eugene to say, break this down for me, especially as it relates to App Dynamics. What's going on with DEM? What's important to understand here?
Yeah, sounds good, Robin. As you heard from Ronak, there's some amazing new innovations in our Cisco observability platform, which is part of full stack observability. And really, it's all about giving more visibility into our customers' applications and infrastructure. And then it's the power of AI to extract out insights for not only performance, security, and most importantly, business and that digital business transactions, as well as those experiences that we provide our customers. And really, that's where the power of DM comes in, is giving our abilities to have that digital experience monitoring so that they could take actions to ensure that the customer's digital experience is as they expected and especially when they need it. One of the key innovations is a new application that we have for the Cisco Observability Platform, which is called the DM app. Okay. We acquired a company called SmartLook last year out of Czech, and we've incorporated something very key, which is called session replay, so that you could really get that end-to-end insights and understand what's happening with the behavior of the customer and try to optimize that as well. So it's been a very amazing new application that we have on the platform.
Well, that's incredible. A lot of great stories here in the booth to check out, guys. Hands-on demonstrations and a lot of experts, plus some good smoothies around.
Right back here afterwards. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, we are here in Amsterdam for Cisco Live 2024 and I'm joined here in the Cisco TV studio by Guillaume Sauvage de Saint-Marc, or like we call him here at Cisco, GSM, which is just so much easier to work with. VP of Engineering for Outshift by Cisco. Guillaume, I am delighted that we are finally able to talk with one another today.
Finally, thanks for having me, Steve.
All right, before we dive deep here and drill down, I want to really pull back to the big overview of Outshift. There are a lot of folks still out there in the industry, even our own customers, who either don't follow Outshift or they don't really understand the power of Outshift and what it is that we're doing, how Outshift is leading the market for Cisco. Tell us a little bit about the brand and what it means to the industry today.
Yeah, Outshift is, just to put it simply, is Cisco internal incubation engine, right? So we are really chartered with incubating and bringing products which could be the next big thing for Cisco. So we're not trying to innovate, in the mainstream line of product where our business units are bringing so much innovation constantly, but we are looking into new part of the stack, new type of personas which we want to address. And at the moment, we're primarily focusing on cloud native application security, Generative AI, of course, we are going to talk about this.
Sure.
And we're also looking into quantum computing and quantum communications, just to give you a sort of a high-level view of the different things we are after.
Absolutely. This is why I always say that people need to follow Outshift, right? It's not just a drop-in. They have to follow what it is that you're doing.
And we have a newsletter, by the way, which is, so visit outshift.com and then subscribe to the newsletter so you can't miss anything about us.
All right, you heard it here first. Normally we save that for the end. Let's get it at the end as well as the beginning
as a call
to make sure that people are paying attention. It's such a huge topic here throughout the show. We are hearing it in the keynote this morning, and everywhere that we go, what are we hearing? AI, generative AI. Again and again we hear it. What are Outshift's latest advancements in Gen AI that matter most to our users?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so we have a tagline at Outshift, which is tech evolves fast, but we evolve faster.
Love it.
And I can tell you that 2003, probably this year as well, has been very intense for us. So we literally did that. So we got ahead of the curve of Gen AI to deliver a ton of new features and even a new product announced this morning. So we are very proud of this, and maybe I can say a few words about what we are bringing here.
First of all, congratulations, and second of all, yeah, please fill us in.
Yeah, so the first thing is we have a brand new product, which is not often, right? It's called Motif AI. And what Motif is really a Gen AI management hub, which enterprise can use to simplify and accelerate their Gen AI adoption and connect with all the different Gen AI providers they want to use in their application. But also, while doing this, it's also enabling enterprise to bring their own data as part of the game, right? Because when you build an agent or when you build a GenAI app, you want this application to be aware of your own data because it's for your workforce or even for your customers. So that's very important. So we're doing this. And as we do this, it's a classic problem. We do more, but we also have more potential issues to look after.
Of course.
So we're looking after trust and safety, so the potential toxicity, filtering toxicity, or even hallucinations from these models. The other thing we are doing, we'll talk more about this, is there is a pure cybersecurity aspect to it, which we are looking into. And also things like business insights, cost control, ROI. Like, it's actually not that easy for enterprise to adopt GenAI, and we're really onto a mission to simplify and make it secure and trusted for them to do so.
All right, so one of the things that I always love to look for is core differentiation, right? So often our customers hear, here's what we can do for you. And what they're thinking is, I've heard that story before. Yeah. How do we create that differentiation, that unique story where they say, there, that is what I've been wanting?
Yeah, I think, well, there's multiple ways to answer this, and the product will, hopefully convince customers. You know that at Outshift, we're not just innovating on the technology, but we're also innovating on the go-to-market. So most of our product, including Motif and just like Panoptica, will be available, easily as freemium. So customers can very easily adopt without us in the middle. It's a SaaS services. They go online, they register, and then they start using the product. And they don't need us, in the middle to, decide for themselves whether they want to come back and talk to us more because it's a good product. The other thing I would say is, because we are going higher up the stack, and Outshift, we are really obsessed about the application level. We are kind of cloud agnostic, provider agnostic. This is the same for LLM. So we're not like specializing on, this provider or that provider. We're actually helping enterprise not necessarily put all their eggs in the same basket and keep their API and investment on GenAI open to switching, from one model provider to another, which is very important.
It is, and it's also empowering to the user because again, they're not tied down. So often it's about not only establishing budget, but justifying where the expenditure, justifying where the
100%.
investment is, and all of a sudden that open ability to be able to come in and use it exactly the way your organization wants to do it. So important, right?
Totally, and one of the key features we are working on is helping an organization understand, great, we are launching all these new capabilities, GenAI based. How does people use this? How does our own workforce, what do they use this for, right? And we have this, really like this prompt intelligence, as we call it, which we are building as part of Motif, which is going to be, I think, very, very interesting, and at the end of the day, also a differentiator.
Absolutely. I want to drill in a little bit more on the Panoptica product specifically.
Yes.
How does GenAI protection make Panoptica a better product, a better performing product?
Yeah, so that's a great question again. So, excuse me, with Panoptica, so we're coming with, so Panoptica is not a new product, but we're coming with a lot of new capabilities. So the name of the game with Panoptica is protect your application. You're deploying an application in the cloud. You don't have to worry about the infrastructure security because usually, the cloud provider will do this for you. But you have everything you deploy on top. Your application is entirely on you to secure. So that's where Panoptica is helping you. Your cloud posture, your workloads, your API security, all of this. So now with these applications rapidly adopting GenAI, it's great, but it's also increasing the surface of attack. Same story again, right? So we thought it was very important for Panoptica to add this new risk engine, which is LLM security. And it's going to factor with all the other risk engine and come to the attack path, which is the key feature. So when you scan your entire application surface, you end up with a lot of alerts, a lot of risk. And the killer feature we have to really simplify and help you prioritize where you need to fix things is this attack path. Plausible successions of vulnerabilities which an attacker could use to get in and access into your perimeter. So now we'll have GenAI completely part of this attack path analysis, and yes, it's going to be really important with the GenAI adoption we see at the moment.
Let's personalize it. You are talking to customers every single day. You're hearing how they are putting Panoptica to great use right now.
Yes.
Give us one of your favorite recent personal stories that you've heard from a customer who said, oh, this is what I wanted, this is what I needed. You listened, you delivered for us.
Yeah, so absolutely. So typically when we engage with customers, part of this is them interested in the product, but part of this is also us literally coaching them on what I just call the surface of attack, because sometimes, most of the time, customers are, and we had so many discussions like this, customers are aware of some of the potential risks, but they don't see the full picture. And when you connect Panoptica, Panoptica just reveal this to you, right? So automatically will let you be aware of things which you had even no idea, which are potential risks. And in the case of GenAI, I think it's interesting because a lot of customers are like, yeah, I'm just going to send prompts, and I'll get answers, and this will be part of my nice, for instance, assistant application. They don't really understand that prompts are potentially, vectors for cyber attacks.
Yes.
And that's really where we are positioning Panoptica and the LLM security. So I can give you an example. Mm-hmm. There is something which is familiar in the industry, which is called SQL injection, okay. Which is like you're going to use an API, and instead of doing a legitimate use of the API, you're going to literally inject through the API a piece of code. It could be script, it could be SQL, doesn't matter, which is going to actually, break into your app, either disrupt it or make your application do something which you really don't want your app to do, like, give you confidential information about another user, another customer, or simply, break the business rule of your app. So now with GenAI, what we have to do is look at similar type of problem, except that it's not a piece of SQL injection we are looking for. We're looking for a sentence, a prompt, natural language, which you pass to the model, and which could actually trigger the model to produce by itself, such an SQL attack. So we have to go one level up into understanding the semantic of what the prompt is about, to understand if it's actually nefarious, if it's trying to do something bad. And there are many, many examples of that. And so, sometimes we say, fight fire with fire. So we're actually using GenAI technologies for that. So GenAI is being protected by GenAI type of models to its natural language processing, including prompts. So when we inspect prompts, we're actually applying GenAI to understand if the prompt is legit or if it's trying to extract something bad from the system.
Wow. All right, so now is the time. I mean, I always like to end by saying it is the perfect time. Once more, how can people connect with the newsletter and more with what OutShift is doing?
Very simple. Yeah. For anyone attending Cisco Live in Amsterdam this week, please come and visit us. We're on booth D10 in the middle of World of Solution. You cannot miss us. And one more time, outshift.com, sign up for our newsletter, and you'll see all the new product. And you'll have the brand new Motif.ai link, so with this new product, which we are announcing today, and which will be available in June. And anything we do comes with a lot of security across Panoptica, across Motific. So keep following us, and we'll come up with much more on the course of this year.
I love it. Congratulations to you and the entire team. I love what OutShift is doing, what everybody in your group is doing. Guillaume, thank you for taking time to come in. I know it's a busy week.
Thank you,
I'm
Steve.
glad we had this conversation. It is always a pleasure to be with you and with anyone at OutShift. And once again, to all of you, thanks so much for joining us here in this segment.
And so great to hear about OutShift here at Cisco Live in Amsterdam. Use the hashtag Cisco Live and me to let us know what you think of that. We'll also visit them later on. But let's now head over to Rob, actually, who had the opportunity yesterday to record some stuff at dCloud yesterday. So let's go there and let's have a look.
All right, I was stopping by the dCloud booth here to grab a little coffee, get a little go-go juice going, make sure we keep the energy high. But one of the things I love about dCloud is that there's a lot of things you don't always know about dCloud because I think it's easy to overlook. And so we have a couple of gentlemen here to help us unlock this puzzle, which really isn't all that puzzling. I'm building it up more than I need to. Nick, tell us what you do for dCloud, and then we'll cover Jason as well.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. So dCloud has about 600,000 demonstrations a year. My job is primarily to maintain that usership and find new opportunities for growth. So we're looking at more different types of users, different types of experiences, developing new ways of using dCloud, essentially.
That's awesome. I think dCloud has grown quite a bit over time as you guys have expanded and taken on more areas, which is a compliment, I'm sure. Jason, can you tell us a little bit about more about what you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So my job is to, first of all, manage him, which is a big role. And then, no, on top of that, I run the global demo engineering function inside of Cisco, and that includes dCloud, our Cisco Proof of Concept Labs, and a couple of other programs that are all in that demo portfolio and demo related at this point in time.
Well, perfect. I wonder, Nick, I'll start with you. Just basics on what dCloud is, because I feel like everyone may have one slice or angle on it. It may not be complete or really fully understanding of what could be possible. Tell us, how do you describe dCloud? What's important?
I would describe it as both a platform and a service. So the platform is the underlying technology that makes the demonstrations work. I'm more focused on the service aspects of it, and it's really a spectrum of services, from what we call micro demos, 3 to 5 minutes, business focused. Then you kind of more traditional scheduled demos, which are customizable, more technical, right the way up to really proof of concepts. So you've got the full gambit from very early in the sales cycle and right up to close. So that full breadth.
Well, I feel like dCloud also serves as an equalizer for everyone, from partners to customers just trying to get their head wrapped around it. I assume this audience is open to everybody, but how has that changed? What's important to understand for how dCloud could be used to differentiate?
Yeah, so absolutely. So dCloud can be used today by both customers, of course, coming in directly either through Cisco.com or dCloud.cisco.com. Our partner community, of course, as well, and every partner seller out there is allowed to access dCloud and run anything they'd like. And then, of course, internally, our own sales teams. But really what we're doing here at Cisco Live with all our customers is try to educate them on what they can do with it and how they can continue their interaction, the learning they're getting this week, all the technical information they're getting this week, and continue that as they leave Amsterdam, fly home, and play with Cisco Tech and Cisco Solutions going forward.
So you're saying there's certain things that are important that we remember, that we take away from here. It's not just simply about the experience and that we forget it all when we leave. I like that. Because dCloud is an ongoing relationship as well, 24 hours a day, global. When it comes to new innovations, we're announcing a number of things this week. People get curious, they want to learn how things work. How in lockstep is dCloud with new technologies being announced by Cisco? How does that tend to work?
I mean, as locked in as you can be, right? You know, and with this concept of the micro demo, this is something we're really able to pull forward now more quickly. So we can get that messaging out there in front of the customers very, very quickly, you know, to help build up that picture and tell that story. So very quickly, and then, you know, as things go, you know, it gets more and more, more complex, I guess, is the way, but yeah, very quickly.
Well, one of the things I knew I always depended upon dCloud for was just my personal education. If I was trying to get my head wrapped around a certain topic, I was always fascinated by the fact that you guys spend a lot of time really documenting processes. It reminded me almost of a proof of concept or something that we take very seriously we do, and I know is not something we do easily. I'm curious about, are there certain tenets or things about dCloud that you say, we're a proud organization that does our documentation, we answer the questions, we solve the problems before you have to, those type of things. Can you speak to any of that, Jason?
Yeah, of course. So we spend a lot of time actually developing the content itself, the content being a demo that's running on the dCloud platform. And we have a really rigorous process to make sure that not only is it tested, it works every time you spin it up, but it scales as well. So scale is obviously a very important thing for us. Nick mentioned we do about 600,000 interactions a year on the platform. We need massive scale. So we have 5 data centers around the globe that are powering this content, and they're hopefully one close to you, wherever you're at. We've got one in London that powers this event mainly this week. And yes, we spend a ton of time making sure that that stuff's bulletproof and that the solutions we provide, which are often fairly complex in terms of the interconnectivity between different products, are there, they're ready, and they're working for you every time you access the platform.
Well, I would assume one of the challenges I've always had with learning certain technologies is how they interact with each other, say multiple Cisco solutions or solutions that require some type of traffic generation to be able to see, well, how's it going to react during certain volume periods, or maybe it's security, and so you need to see how things going to react. How difficult is it to put those things together? Is that a focus area for dCloud, or is that kind of starting to get into other areas that you'd say, well, their charters divide here? Who would be?
It's a really big, important thing for us, right? Because pairwise integrations are a really complex topic in any company with the kind of broad portfolio that Cisco has, right? So, no, we do that every day because what we provide is realistic demonstration capability to a customer, actually. And so we have to be able to mimic what they're actually running on their network. It's not just, hey, let's isolate a product and give a single product demo. We need that connectivity and that solution aspect to it to make sure that we're giving customers what they're experiencing in their own network.
So as we look at the solutions that we have here, you were telling me earlier that dCloud undergirds all of these, just to kind of drill home the point that you made earlier. Anything specific about the foundationally dCloud as a platform that's important to understand, both for what you can access here as well as what you may be able to do with it in the future?
Yeah, I mean, if you look behind us, we have the walk-in labs over here, powered by dCloud, and then over just there in the orange is Capture the Flag, the kind of gamified version of it. So again, running on the dCloud platform and free for everyone to have a look at this week.
So the point is, you were saying, is that we can walk away from here and still access all the same resources. We'd like to think it's all special here. I think these events are really about relationships, but it's also about access, and you guys have made sure that these things are available. Any final words on what we should take away from the event?
No, yeah, just that your learning journey can continue. When you leave Amsterdam, go for it, continue to have fun, use dcloud.cisco.com and access it all throughout the year. It's not just a single week here at Cisco Live.
That was perfect, Jason. Way to put a button on it. Appreciate both of you. Good luck and continued success here. And that's it for dCloud.
I always love it when Rob is wandering around. But basically what we're going to do right now is we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to go to one of the innovation talks, because security is a really big part in today's environment. So we're going to learn more about tipping the scales in favor of the defenders. Yes, I said that right. With Ambika Kapoor and DJ Sampath. So we're going to just go there in under 20 seconds, I think. But don't forget to use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA to share with us what you think of our broadcast and of Cisco Live. I think we're almost ready to go there. If you haven't done it yet, use one of the emojis on your screen if you're tuning in from the broadcast. And we're almost ready. I think from the producer saying that to me right now. So I think we're going to go there. We'll see you soon. Thank you, and we'll see you shortly.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here. So for as long as I've been doing security, and it's way longer than I care to admit, security has developed in the same way, and it's really been a patchwork. So every time there's a new problem that emerges, a small cluster of companies, usually VC-funded, jump up right behind that to solve that problem. And to be honest, they're actually really good at what they do. So the issue isn't how good these solutions are. The issue is there are a lot of them. So most of you end up with what could be 40, 50, 70, 100. And it's not uncommon for us to talk to customers that might even have 200 solutions that they're integrating. And there are a lot of issues with configurations and all. And complexity ends up being the enemy of security. And this problem actually gets worse as you move into the public cloud arena. Again, each public cloud vendor has their own set of native security controls. And once again, it's not about whose are better or worse. It's that they're different. So one of the things that we as Cisco have taken on is, how do we simplify this for you? So what we did is we abstracted these security controls from the underlying infrastructure into what we call the Cisco Security Cloud. This gives you a single user interface, a single set of controls, and perhaps most importantly, a single set of telemetry across all of these environments. And as Cisco, we are very focused on staying in the swim lane of where security meets the network. And that means we look at everything from when a user accesses an application all the way through to when the application gets to the data that it is using. All right, so when you look at the Cisco Security Cloud and you explode it, there are three major components to this. It's about protecting the user. It's about protecting cloud environments and your applications that live in all of these, and then breach protection. And I'm going to very quickly get into all three of these for you, starting with user protection. Imagine if I wanted to get a glass of water, and I walked up to a water cooler, and I was asked, hey, Ambika, how do you want this water delivered? Do you want an iron pipe, a copper pipe, a PVC pipe? How do you want that delivered? I would be like, That's a ridiculous question. But that is exactly what we're doing to enterprise users today. If I'm accessing an application that's behind a ZTNA gateway, my experience is quite different from when I'm accessing an application behind a VPN gateway, or it's a SaaS application, or I'm going directly to the internet. So as we conceive of what this should be like, we are changing that experience completely. For us, it's as simple as you authenticate a user as step one, and the next thing, they access the applications. Of course, we still have to make the decision underneath the cover on how that access is happening. But we are plumbers, and we are very good at handling the network plumbing. And we do this automatically and seamlessly for users, and they never see it. So one experience, I get authenticated once, and I go and access my applications no matter where they live. Now, we speak to customers a lot, as you might imagine, and one of the things that I want to drive home here is the seamlessness of the experience. When we talk to customers and we say, hey, are you doing ZTNA? All the hands go up. And then we ask the customers, do you still have applications that need VPN access? Any guesses? All the hands go up. So here is another thing that we're able to do with the experience that we've built. If I am accessing an application that is living in a VPN environment, great. This is the way we've traditionally done it. When you're behind the firewall, you have access to all of this. As you start to build your zero trust frameworks and move applications into it, it's completely seamless for the user. So you can start with the VPN apps. IT is moving these apps. This changes all the time. You may add more apps to the zero trust area, and the user does not know what's going on at all. And please know, the reason why you have some of your applications behind VPN gateways is not all these apps are designed or architected to talk to a gateway. And changing them architecturally is either a long process or one that you might not even undertake, right? So this is really important. Now, outside of all of this, the overall experience matters to us too. So obviously, for all the security capabilities we deliver here, we've got points of presence around the world to bring the security close to where the user is. But we go further, and you heard this earlier today. We've integrated ThousandEyes into a secure access solution. So we don't just say we deliver a great experience, we can measure that experience. And if there's a problem, we can pinpoint to where that problem is so that IT can troubleshoot that very, very quickly. And with ThousandEyes, as you might know, you can even see ahead of time which pathways are degrading, and you might switch policy to make sure that users never encounter that pathway and you never really have some of those problems. So all of the capabilities I described, there's a really important thing that I want to say about them. It's a plethora of capabilities that we have integrated to provide a different security outcome. There's a firewall in the mix, there's SSE in the mix, there's just a bunch of things. And this is the promise that we make with our suites. So the user protection suite has a lot of capabilities, and like I said, we do the integrations. We make them work together to deliver the outcome that you want for users. So moving from that, let's talk about the cloud protection suite. So I just finished talking about how when you have a user accessing an application, we are able to deliver least privileged access in a really secure way. Now, you need that least privileged access in another area, and that's when there's an application accessing another application. So let's talk about that. Let's just say marketing decides that they've got to run a campaign, and they put a marketing application up in AWS. But that application needs to come back and speak to a customer database that might be living on-prem. So historically, or right now, what you do is you use Direct Connect or some other mechanism to punch a hole in your firewall and allow that access to happen. That's fine, till something happens where an attacker takes advantage of a vulnerability or something with that marketing app and now comes into your private environment and has access and the ability to go almost anywhere within that. That's not okay. So what we are able to do with a solution we call multi-cloud defense is we are able to bridge this gap for you. How do we do it? Well, let's talk about the issue first. The issue is your private environment speaks in terms of IP, and your public environment speaks in terms of services. It's all about Lambda. It's about S3 buckets. The notion of an IP address doesn't really exist there. So multi-cloud defense bridges those by understanding both and allowing you to build policies that work across those environments. And doing that, we are able to give you that zero trust, least privilege access so that when that marketing application needs to speak to that customer database, that is just to the customer database. So just to give you a little more on this, we have egress controls, we have ingress controls, and we have macro segmentation, and then this least privilege access. So it's a very comprehensive solution. I've just touched on one of the use cases. It's also really powerful because it not only works on AWS, it works on all of the different cloud environments that you might want it to, and even across the private environment. So from your private cloud to public cloud, you can have secure access, you can share network objects across those environments, and this makes it really, really simple for you to manage those. And again, multi-cloud defense is part of our cloud protection suite that has other capabilities in it too, all of which we have integrated, again, with a view to deliver outcomes and not point products. Now, I also want to go into, in this section, on the news that we shared earlier today on Cisco Identity Intelligence. How many folks were in the keynote this morning? Okay, great. So I'll try and go a little bit deeper from what you heard at the keynote this morning. The whole thesis here is you've got more threat actors saying, why do I want to spend my time creating these complicated zero-day attacks when I can just either steal credentials or do a MFA bypass and just get in, looking and feeling like legitimate traffic? So the thesis here is, why hack in when you can just log in? There have been a fair number of breaches recently that have made headline news that have used things similar to what I'm going to discuss here. So attackers will go to, let's say, LinkedIn, and they're going to go and study a bunch of profiles. Let me look for a super admin at company ABC. And once they've got those profiles, they might call into an IT help desk, and they'll use social engineering, they might even use voice cloning, and they'll sort of convince the IT person, like, I need this now, I've got this emergency, or whatever they use in their social engineering, to basically get them to do an MFA reset and give them access to the environment that they should have. Now, this person can come in and pretty much do what they like. They might log into the account as a super user. They'll oftentimes set up a new IDP so that they can hide their tracks, so they can give access to other people. So it's not just the initial attacker, but the rest of their network that's in there. And then they'll go ahead and continue to proceed from there to launch their attack and eventually probably end up ransoming some really valuable asset that you have. Why is this happening today? It's happening because there's blind trust between two things. I authenticate a user, so I establish that this user is Ambika. But now, I have all the access that Ambika has allowed, but I'm not really looking for any anomalies in Ambika's behavior. So if an attacker authenticates as Ambika, they come in, they can do whatever they like, and if they take pathways that even Ambika normally doesn't take, there's no way to establish that is happening. So that is the blind trust that we are dealing with Cisco Identity Intelligence and addressing the problem right there. So instead of just stopping at, can Ambika get this access, which is an authentication thing, once Ambika has the access, we continue to ask the question, well, should she be doing what we see her doing? or is the behavior that she's exhibiting anomalous? Make sense? So in the attack that I just explained, here are a few things that Cisco Identity Intelligence would be able to deliver. When that attacker called into the help desk, we could put up a dashboard showing them a lot of activity that this user who's calling in for an MFA reset might have recently had. So the questions can go beyond to like, what were the last 3 applications you accessed since morning? Things about their manager, perhaps. You can also look at things like, oh, this person is coming in from a new ISP. Never seen this ISP before. So again, you have a bunch of behavior-based, posture-based, and other information to use so that you can prove whether this person is the person they are or not. And then moving beyond that, we would do a bunch of things like analyze behavior, analyze posture, analyze the policies on an ongoing continuous basis to make sure that the behavior is an anomalous. So if you look at this at every stage of that attack, there might have been very clear tells that this is something that should not be allowed, and we could have either alerted or blocked the user from doing those things. So this is the power of identity intelligence. And then very quickly, going over how this works, and you saw this morning, it's about working with the existing identity systems, pulling out from them the intelligence that they have related to identity, including not just users, but also machines, and pulling that into the identity intelligence framework. So again, you've got users, machines, applications, the works, and then building an identity graph to analyze all of the behaviors that I talked about. And then using that, we hydrate all of Cisco Identity Intelligence. And by July, you will see this even if you're buying a standalone products, like Duo for authentication, we'll be using Identity Intelligence. Secure Access will be making access decisions, including Identity Intelligence. And even our XDR will be using Identity Intelligence as part of that mix. So the thing that we're inviting everyone to do and suggesting is take the identity security assessment. You don't have to have any of our products deployed for this, but if you take this assessment, we can look at what your identity posture is and be able to tell you if there are things that you should be paying more attention to make sure that you have a strong identity posture. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go to the last one of these, which is breach protection. This is really about our XDR capabilities. We see about 550 billion events on any particular day. We see them across a lot of control points. If you just have a handful of control points and not all of them, you might miss the signal, because it's not just through the use of identity. Generally, attackers are becoming very good at looking like legitimate traffic as they start and progress their attacks. So they'll get in there and they'll use channels that you can't turn off, like RDP, et cetera. So they just look like normal behavior, normal traffic. The signals are much harder to pick up on. But if you look across all the control points, even if the signals are low, when you stitch them together, you're able to detect these attacks. Most of them start still with phishing, et cetera, in the email realm. They usually point you to a website, so having a good understanding of DNS and knowing which websites just went up yesterday, even if they look completely legitimate, really, really helps. And then from there, looking at every process at an endpoint. And the final thing is the network, which is the ultimate ground truth, because no matter what these attackers are doing, finally, when they go for the prize, they're likely to give themselves away. So looking across all of these becomes really important. But no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, one of these attacks could actually succeed. And when that happens, we've got ransomware recovery. So what we've done with ransomware recovery is, if we see a suspicious process and we can't make a determination whether this is malware or not, we maintain your business continuity by saying, look, if this is suspicious, let's go ahead and take what we call a just-in-time snapshot. So we're not continuously snapshotting everything. We take a just-in-time snapshot and we store it. If this is benign, we simply throw away that snapshot. But if it's malicious behavior and your application actually comes under attack, we are able to use a snapshot and recover almost instantaneously and ensure the continuity of your business. Now we're working with multiple storage partners here, and we're just following what our customers' usage there is. But it's a very powerful capability because in many ways, the ability to recover really quickly is almost the ultimate defense against ransomware attacks. This is what our breach protection suite is made up of. Now I want to go into one more area, and I want to spend some time here because it's about AI and what we are doing with AI. And for that, I'm going to invite DJ Sampath, who is our VP of Product, focused on AI, to join me here. DJ.
Thank you.
So, DJ, I'm going to keep some slides up, but I want to make this totally conversational, and I'm going to take you places where the slides may not normally take you.
All right, let's rock and roll.
AI is super important for us, right? We've been spending a lot of time on it, making big investments here. What are the tenets of the approach that we are taking with AI?
Now, the way we are thinking about AI, and it is obviously one of the most buzzwordy concepts out there, but it's starting to become incredibly real, right? So from that perspective, the way we've broken this down for our customers is we think about it in 3 separate pillars. First one is assist, where we are building capabilities to assist the admin, assist the SOC analyst, the firewall user, to be able to effectively do their tasks a lot easier. The second part of it is really being able to augment human capabilities with AI, where we're bringing machine-driven insights. When you think about, you heard Ambika talk about 550 billion signals coming together. You have to have AI help you synthesize all of that data and help you make decisions in a timely fashion. The last piece is really all about automation. You have to be able to respond really quickly to the attacks. And you heard about how we're doing ransomware recovery. What if you could use AI to be able to call those APIs automatically? That's really the potency of what you can do. So that's why we've broken it down into assist, augment, and automate as the 3 capabilities.
So there's a statement here. We are making AI pervasive across the Cisco Security Cloud. And let's talk about that. Exactly what have we done? What are we announcing here?
Absolutely. What you're seeing up there on the top, we've already gone ahead and announced the ability to do ransomware recovery in the automate section, being able to use those APIs to do that. We've also announced the ability to analyze encrypted traffic and take actions by using AI to automatically recognize malware, even if the traffic isn't encrypted. We launched the AI assistant in firewall to be able to allow the admins to use natural language to manage their policies. Now, all of those we'd already accomplished. But what we're announcing here at Cisco Live in Amsterdam is the AI assistant for secure access. We're also are announcing capabilities where we're leveraging AI to be able to detect very specific targeted attacks over emails. And last but not the least, we are looking at usage of AI, which has sort of really gone up. Like everybody's using ChatGPT, or they're using Bard. They're using APIs to be able to access some of these applications. And we're now in the business of protecting the use of AI, which is absolutely critical inside of every single organization right now.
So a lot of people here were at an earlier session, but I still want to walk through the demo for the firewall assistant. And DJ, what would be really interesting for us to understand is, why is what we've done so differentiated? Like a lot of people, AI is a buzzword. Everyone in the industry is AI washing all their products, right? So I think what I want to do here is draw out the details of our approach as we go through that, and I'm going to let you drive for yourself here.
Thank you so much. I think the important piece to sort of understand here is the concept of bolting on versus building it in, right? A lot of AI washing that you're seeing right now is basically people trying to simply add an API and say, hey, here's an API that seamlessly does something for you using ChatGPT. What we have done is we've taken a fundamentally different approach. When we launched our AI assistant inside of the firewall, we basically went to our customers. We talked to them and we asked them, hey, what are the things that you want the AI to help you with? And based on their feedback, we went out and we built it, where we use natural language to be able to understand the types of questions that they may normally ask. And we have fine-tuned these models to solve for those custom use cases. So in this particular example, what you're seeing here is you ask a question that says, hey, give me all the policies that are controlling the sales application. What you see in response is each and every single one of those firewall rules. Notice that you cannot get this with simply calling an API. You have to query your policy store, get that response back, and then show that in a nice tabular format that makes it easy for an analyst or a firewall admin to be able to take actions.
And this is the multimodal nature of it.
Exactly. So we're making sure that it's not just text-based, it has different types of responses that come out of as a response. So here's another one. When we go ahead and add a rule, when you have to do that today, you have to go into the dashboard, click a bunch of buttons. It probably takes you about 15 clicks, and trust me when I tell you this.
So let's go to the rule and show that.
Yeah, so you don't have to do those 15 clicks. You can just click into this, and automatically you see that it constructs a rule for you, and then it asks you, hey, how would you create this rule? And when you click yes, it still needs that human input to be able to do that. It comes back with a response that says, hey, you've successfully deployed an outbound block rule to be able to do that. Now, shifting gears a little bit over here, if you wanted detailed instructions to upgrade a firewall, today you would have to go in and look at a whole lot of different documents and in your knowledge bases to be able to do that. What the AI assistant now does this is it basically, you can ask a simple question, it lists out each and every single one of the steps that you would need to take to be able to perform an upgrade, and it references all of the sources without you having to click into any of the documentation store.
And it has full context, right? So it knows what release you're on, it knows what you need, so it's not just randomly pulling out information, it's operating within the context that you are operating.
That's exactly right. Now, another interesting problem is that a lot of you all have configurations inside of your firewall. You've got tons and tons of rules already in place, right? So sometimes when you go out and create another rule, it might potentially be a duplicate. What the AI assistant can do for you here is that it comes back and tells you, hey, we just discovered that you have a lot of duplicates inside of your firewall. And with one single click, you can either disable them or delete them all and eliminate all of these duplicates or misconfigurations that might potentially exist. And that, again, keeps still the human in the loop. You're still there, you're still driving it, but makes it incredibly easy and effective for you to be able to do it. And with that, I'd like to switch gears into that. Absolutely, yes. The
question was, can you roll back after making a decision for the AI assistant to do something for you? And the answer is?
Absolutely, yes. And guess what? You can do that in natural language. You can just go back in there and say, hey, roll back the rule, and it's going to do that for you.
And you can do it in many languages too. So when you're talking about natural language, even though we're showing this in English, that's not the only one. If you want to share instructions with somebody else, you can have this basically say, hey, give me what you've given me in Portuguese, and you can use that with someone else. So really, really powerful.
That's right. And we're announcing the exact same capabilities that you saw inside of the firewall. We're announcing them, all of those capabilities inside of the secure access as well. And that's really the big announcement today, is that we're seamlessly providing you with that exact same interface that you just saw into each and every single one of our products. And we're announcing that inside of secure access, where you have the ability to do the same things, create policies, examine your rules and take actions just using natural language.
So the last one that we've got to share is actually securing the use of AI. So let's run through that. We've just got a couple of minutes here.
Absolutely. So very quickly, one of the key things that we're announcing here is that today a lot of your team members are actively trying and exploring the use of AI. They're grabbing an API, they're sending out traffic to your ChatGPT. A lot of interesting things are happening inside, and you need visibility, right? If you don't have visibility into how your team members are using AI, you're in trouble. Because if they might be
or
copying...
even which Gen AI applications or chat applications they're using.
That's right.
Because some of them might be social engineered to appear to be good applications. That's starting to happen, but they're not. You really don't want anyone interacting with them.
That's exactly right. And if they are sending critical information outside, things like your source code, things like your PII, PCI, not even knowing that they're copy pasting these things inside of the chat window, you want appropriate controls in place, and that's really what we're talking about. And there are about 70 plus Gen AI apps out there right now. Whether you're using over APIs or whether you're just using them over a browser, you need to have visibility into protecting against that, and that's really what we're announcing today.
And I want to emphasize one more thing. So it's not just when they're using it and data leaks out of your organization. They might, in a hurry, say, give me the code for X, Y, or Z, and they might cut and paste that into your coding infrastructure. That's a liability for you. So it's going to prevent that from happening too.
Absolutely.
So very exciting news. Thank you there, DJ. And
back to you.
Just to close this out, everything that we've talked about so far, whether it's taking point products and providing integrated solutions, the use of AI, use of identity, all the other capabilities we've discussed, they're in service of really 3 pillars. We want to give you the best efficacy when it comes to security. We want to make sure that user experience, both for the end user and for IT, is great. And that's so important because under the auspices of making things more secure, we often don't care about those 2 pieces of experience, but they're vital. And then finally, the economics of all of this matter, and we want to be true to all those pillars. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just out of our security eye talk. It was really great to see, although there are lots of security solutions out there, they tend to be point solutions, and what we really need is a platform approach to security and to actually reduce the complexity for our security teams. I know just now, in a second, we're going to go out and learn more from Rob. He's out in the world of solutions, and we're going to be talking about identity security, new innovations that Cisco is making around identity and AI, which is obviously going to be better for users, it's easier. Obviously, though, the question is, how do we make it safe and secure? So Rob, I believe you're out in the world of solutions. You're going to show us an identity security demo, is that right?
Yes, I am, Nish. Thank you so much. I'm here. So there's a lot of security demonstrations around here, and we've heard a lot about them in the keynote. One of the things that stood out to me, though, in the keynote was this notion of identity. And I think we all have an idea of how important identity is. A lot of that stuff goes without saying, but a lot of us don't realize how much of an open vector it might be for threats. And I ran into Chad Skipper, a fellow Texan no less, who's here to help us understand a bit more about identity. I wonder if you could walk us through what's important to understand here.
Thanks, Rob. Look, did you know that 74% of breaches have to do with the human element?
Human element?
Human element,
okay.
Meaning social engineering, phishing, trying to get the user to interact with something in order for that threat actor to get my credentials.
Right, okay.
Because once I have my credentials, or a threat actor has my credentials, I get in, they basically have free reign within the organization. And that's why today we have announced Cisco Identity Intelligence, because there's been a blind trust between authentication and access for years.
So you're talking about when I authenticate, there's an automatic authentication equals access, no questions asked. You're saying that's a mistake.
I'm not saying that's a mistake. I'm saying it could be a mistake.
Okay, fair.
I'm saying that we've been asking, can the user get access, instead of asking, should the user get access, based on current telemetry of that identity, of that machine identity, or of that application.
So context.
Context is key, right? And if we can give that context, like somebody stole my identity, but I have context that he logged in from an unmanaged device.
That's a red flag.
He didn't use MFA.
Yeah.
He's logged in from a new ISP, or he's logged in from a place that's impossible travel. So Cisco Identity Intelligence is able to consume from an agnostic amount of identity providers.
Okay.
And pulling in all of that information, we now can infuse identity intelligence into things like Duo, XDR, and secure access in order to provide knowing and ongoing identity intelligence in real time so that we can either prevent or reduce that threat actor from doing any damage inside of the organization. And so today I have a specific demo of Cisco Identity Intelligence injecting or infusing intelligence around identity into Duo itself. Let's go through this. So Duo Advanced Identity Protection. So let's take a look at this for a moment. Let's pretend now that we've got Ollie here, and Ollie's a bad threat actor. That's all he does all day, and he's phishing. And so he goes and researches Acme Corporation, and he's pretending to be Ollie within the Acme Corporation. Right. And so what he does is he creates a phishing email, and he sends it to Lee inside the Acme organization. Now, Lee wakes up in the morning, and he knows Ollie, because Ollie works there, but he logs in, and he sees that Ollie sent him an email, but look, I left my computer at home, so I'm sending you this doc you requested from my personal email. People fall for this all the time. Yeah. And so what Lee does is he actually clicks on that doc. And what happens now is Ollie, with his malware, is able to hijack Lee's section. Yeah. And he can do that without authenticating.
Yeah, look at this, Steve. We got this breakdown here. Yep.
Yep. And so what happens is Duo, based on the infusion of the intelligence from Cisco Identity, can now see that we have multiple sessions of Lee. And so we have the ability now to take a look at that and actually revoke those sessions based on current intelligence from Cisco Identity Intelligence and the infusion that we're doing. Not only that, we can actually provide the compromised session, and here you can see the details of that compromised session of Ollie compromising Lee's session. And what happens is Ollie now can see exactly what Lee sees. And what Duo can do, it can push down an authentication and re-authenticate to where now we're kicking Ollie off and making Lee re-authenticate inside the organization.
Oh, that's incredible.
Right? And so what Cisco Identity Intelligence provides are multiple things here. And so first of all, it can provide create a user inventory of all of your users. Okay. It can look at your MFA adoption. It can look at your user and session investigation. But more importantly, we're doing continuous posture and threat detection. Yeah. And so we can infuse things like posture checks and threat checks into Duo. And in the end, what we're really here to do is either prevent or reduce that threat actor from gaining access inside of the organization.
Yeah. Well, thank you
so much.
You're welcome. I love the fact that open threat vector are things that we really aren't thinking about, and it's really just taking a pause between that notion of authentication, should it equal access? Make sure you've got tools in place to be able to answer that question intelligently for yourself. Stop by the security booth for more. Back to you, Nish.
So much, Rob, and thanks for taking us that level deeper from what we heard in the keynote about some of the announcements around this space and identity. So that's it for security. It's all we have time for, but stay with us. When we come back, we're going to be going into learning and certifications. Back here at Cisco Live 2024 Amsterdam, and I know that one of the big things that people love to do here at the show is learn. It's what a lot of people come here to do with the certifications that we have here, and that's what we're going to be spending the next few minutes talking about. So for those of you that are new to Cisco Learning and Certifications, there are 4 different levels. There are entry certifications, associate certifications, things like CCNA, professional for things like CCNP, and then expert for things like CCIE. There's so many new opportunities to learn here at Cisco Live, but I know that a lot of people come here for certifications in particular and do that with their friends. So in the studio with me here, just across over there, is Steve Malta. Steve, you've got a guest for us to deep dive into this topic, right?
I do, Nish, and you just laid it out really perfectly, because a lot of people don't understand when they get here to the event just how many different opportunities are available to them on the learning and certification side, and that's why we're about to dive into a great conversation right now here in the Cisco TV studio space with the fabulous Par Marat. Hello, Par.
Hello.
How are you today?
Great, thank you.
I am so glad to have you back with us. For those of you who don't know, Par, our VP of Learning and Certifications here at Cisco. And This is really important because it's one of the most popular aspects of this event. And for people who haven't had a chance to attend a Cisco Live before, they don't realize it's not just about meeting up with friends or seeing all the demos. The certification and the learning part is so enormous. So kind of let's start at the foundational. This is about building your IT future, right? Mm-hmm. All of these valuable and measurable ways that Cisco is helping engineers and developers and IT experts to meet their professional development goals, which has got to be so exciting for you to bring this to everybody, right?
It absolutely is, and we have such a rich history with our certifications, and I hear every day about how earning a certification actually has changed lives, and that's the most important aspect of this. But our certifications are in place to make sure that they're able to have a successful career. And to have a successful career, they have to have the skills that are in demand now and are future ready to be able to deliver those business outcomes that they're on the hook to deliver with their day job.
Absolutely. This is an empowerment story because a lot of times people think, well, I just have to figure these things out on my own. No, that's what your partnership with Cisco is really all about. We are here, we don't want anybody to struggle or to wonder. We want to give them exactly what they need to succeed, right?
That's absolutely right. And you know, what we have with our certifications, first of all, this event is spectacular.
Much fun.
Because people come and they're doing deep tutorials, they're doing breakouts, in addition to meeting with the community, in addition to sharing stories and hearing about what's new, they're actually spending time learning with tutorials and breakouts, and we're actually delivering 1,500 exams during this week. So it's very exciting.
Just while we're here in Amsterdam?
Just while we're here in Amsterdam.
Who coordinates that? Well, give a shout out to your team, whoever coordinates that, right?
The team that puts this together is phenomenal. So much planning goes behind the scenes, so much preparation goes behind the scenes. Everything from orchestration around the labs to do the exams to all of the breakout sessions, the tutorials, and the Cisco U Theater, and all of the sessions that we have taking place there.
No, congratulations to you and your whole team on that. All right, you mentioned a key word a moment ago. You said new. Everything that's new. What is new within learning and certification here at Cisco?
So there is so much new. So first of all, a year ago at Amsterdam, we announced the beta of Cisco U. We've since GA'd, and we have since had tremendous success with it. And I'm so proud of the team for delivering this. We have had over a 400% increase in users on the digital platform.
Oh, that's amazing.
It is amazing. We've actually won a Brandon Hall Award for Best Advancement in Education using technology. We've consolidated App D training into Cisco U, and we're just getting great feedback, great user experience, fantastic content, the tutorials in there are super impactful, and all of it still includes hands-on labs. Look, the pace at which technology is changing is breakneck. That doesn't mean you have to wait for an annual point in time to learn. You've got to be doing continuous learning, and Cisco U does that effectively, efficiently, and at scale.
That's great. Cisco U, by the way, straight down the hallway here in the hub, and I was going to ask you, when it comes to an event like Cisco Live, whether we're here in EMEA or we're in APJC or in the US, do you wait to time some of these releases for these core events?
We do and we don't.
Okay.
So, for example, as we release new certifications, which at Cisco Live this year, we are announcing the release of 3 new specialist certifications. And we've announced the blueprints for them, but sometimes, you know, people want to prepare to understand what they're about. So we don't hold back, but we definitely go big on when something is new. And this year, we have 3 new certifications, which align very well to the announcements that were made in the keynote today. One is around cloud connectivity, one is around secure cloud access, and the other is all around assurance on the enterprise network. Cloud connectivity is all about SD-WAN, security services like firewall, cloud operating platform tools, and user authentication. Secure access is really looking at threat intelligence. It's looking at how you connect users and endpoints and devices securely. Data, looking at data security, workload security, even application security. And this really gets to that convergence of policy, especially as you're doing SASE integrations, Zero Trust, and XDR. And then the last one is all about assurance, and that's how are you using data for performance analysis, for security analysis, and then how are you troubleshooting, how are you diagnosing and getting to resolutions. So we're really looking at secure, connect, and observe. So going through that full stack. And so this is a specialist certification. One thing to note about our specialist certifications, they are also accredited, which means they are accredited for the skills that are in demand in the market today.
And you just fed me exactly where I wanted to go with you, which is the talk of this show everywhere we go, AI, generative AI. Let's talk about learning and certifications in AI. How is Cisco Learning and Certifications preparing our community for the onslaught of, I'm calling it opportunity. I mean, we have a long way to go, and we've got a lot to figure out, but I see this as a big opportunity. Yeah. How do we prepare our people for that?
We see it as an opportunity as well. Now, we didn't just wait for generative AI. That's what's taken all the air out of the room, right? We have been using predictive AI and ML in a number of solutions, and we have been providing the training and the learning around how to use predictive AI in those solutions. What is new is this generative AI bit. Mm-hmm. And so we are looking at it across three different themes, really. One is, what is AI? What does our community need to know about AI? Then how do I start playing with it so that I'm prepared as it comes to fruition on how I use it, how I interact with it, humans working with AI. Mm-hmm. And then lastly, how do I design, deploy, and operate a network for big AI workloads? So we have all three of those. In fact, in Cisco U right now, we have 2 tutorials. One on prompt engineering for Python using ChatGPT, and the other is around ChatGPT and iOS XE. So we are absolutely preparing our community for what is upon us.
And are you hearing from people who are going through the process, is it mostly positive? Is it more negative? Is it very hesitant and fearful, or is it aggressive and proactive?
Yes.
Yes, it's all of the above, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does it seem to be where people's areas of expertise are? So on the IT side, maybe somebody's a bit more cautious because they're not sure about their security exposure. Maybe on the developer side, all they see is just a world of options sitting in front of them.
I think it's across the spectrum. For our community, it's still critical that you have the core foundational skills on the network. Networks are still complex. The designing of them, you need to understand what they're about, how to operate, how to troubleshoot, how to design in particular. So we're still very much on let's get your skills hardened, everywhere from entry to expert, and it's going to take some time for this to, really roll out. And so we're prepared, and I think the community is excited with us.
We are, I mean, we're even excited here across the Cisco ecosphere to see what it is that you're doing, the way you're adapting, the way you're offering more and more, and the way you're keeping up with the trend and the conversation. Everything that we heard about in the opening keynote today from Oliver and the team, you're reflecting it right here. So Par, really appreciate you being here. Always a pleasure to talk with you and have you here on the set.
Thank you. One last thing.
Yes, please.
Get started. Go to u.cisco.com right now and register and start learning.
And Par threw that directly to the camera, which is exactly where it belongs. Go and get started. Make sure that you stop in to visit Par and the Learning and Certifications team while you're here. If you are tuning in from another spot on the planet, you want to check out all of the fantastic benefits and all of those awards and payoffs waiting for you in your career with Cisco L&C opportunities. Thanks so much. Nish, back over to you.
Thanks so much, Steve. Wow, what a great Wow, what a great conversation for anybody that wants to build a culture of learning within their organization. Thanks so much, Steve. All right, we're going to shift gears now. We're going to talk about one of our really long-standing partners, Intel. So Cisco and Intel have enjoyed a really long and very strong history. We've learned so much together around co-innovation, around collaboration, with technologies such as 5G, IoT, data center. And that spans across lots of different industries. So really great to see how Cisco and Intel are working together, whether it's education, healthcare, retail, financial services. And so we were really lucky because Steve got to sit down with a couple of people earlier this week. He sat down with Zonia Pierre, I think I pronounced that right, hopefully. She is the country manager for Intel Germany and also the director of EMEA Digital Sales, as well as Cisco's very own Uwe Peter, who's the vice president for our Germany business here at Cisco. So let's take a look at Steve's interview with Intel.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Cisco TV studio. We are coming to you from Cisco Live 2024 here in Amsterdam. My name is Steve Multer and I am joined in the studio today by fantastic partners in the IT and the OT space. I've got Sonja Pierre here with me. Sonja is country manager for Intel Germany and also director of EMEA Digital Sales. I'm so glad that you're with us. I'm also joined by Uwe Peter, and Uwe is our general manager for Cisco Germany. So glad to have both of you with us today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, it's great.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so I think I can speak for both of us, Uwe, when I say partnership to us here at Cisco. It's everything, it's vital, right? It's how we create, it is how we innovate together, it's how we lead. And Sonja, Intel, one of the greatest long-term partners and most valued long-term partners for us here at Cisco, and you know this really better than anybody else because you're a Cisco person for many moons.
I'm a former Cisco employee and I know Uwe 20 years now, so it's really great to be here. Sonja. It feels a little bit like coming back to the Cisco family, so thank you for having me here.
Are we going to woo you back in? Are you now, you're here at the show and you're saying, I don't know, maybe I need to go back and rejoin that crew?
We don't talk about this.
We don't talk about this. That's not a problem at all. All right, let's talk about the industry today. Interesting times we live in. Demanding, commanding, we're getting more digital every single day. AI is coming on stronger. We are hearing about it literally everywhere we go on the show floor. More apps, more data, which creates more security exposure. Uwe, let's talk about the trends, because I think what this all means is opportunity for us, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, digitization is redefining the economic wealth of our companies and countries, if you want. And I like to think about it like almost this Maslow hierarchy of needs, where in the lower level, we talk about productivity, right? We have to do more with less people every single time. But then at the second level, there's security. And you could argue from IT, security is almost like the base level, but reality is most of our customers started with productivity and forgot a little bit about security, and now they're very, very worried. So we have to get that right. And at the third level, it's creating, it's purpose. It's like new products, AI-driven products, which really enhance our wealth.
It's so true. Sonja, from your perspective on the Intel side, what Uwe just said there, what do you think it is? Do you think it's more the nature of digitization? It's more the nature of the trends in the marketplace drawing us toward AI? What's really creating the biggest challenge for us at the moment?
Yeah, I think I can echo what Uwe said, obviously. And on top of that, I would say it is really important that we in Europe also change our culture. We need to be faster in adapting. We need to be more flexible how we are doing the business together. Yeah, and I think this also leads us to that we have to join forces. And we do that as Intel and Cisco very well for the last 25 years. So that means we are showing that we have together much more power if we are doing the things together, and obviously we have products and solutions we are building together all over, and this is the time to market going there is what is really important, and Cisco is adapting our Intel's technology very fast, which is great, and we are very thankful for.
I couldn't agree more, Sonja, actually. I mean, for us in Europe and the EMEA, it's so important that we are good in many, many things, but you know, we need deep partnership with American technology companies such as Intel, such as Cisco, to really bring our economies to the next level. And especially with Intel, we have a long-lasting partnership. I mean, we redefined compute with the software-defined compute system back in 2009, I think it was. And now we just launched UCSX, which is the next generation and will solve for the most critical challenges of our customers, like scalability, innovation, and so on and so forth.
I am so glad that you brought that up because I wanted to turn it to the customer, right? Intel customers, Cisco customers as well. The way I always see it, I think the way we all see it, our customers really need us more than they have ever needed us before, right? Intel, Cisco, we have got such tremendous focus on the benefit and the value to the customer. I think it's what drives everything that we do as large organizations. How is that playing out when it comes to digitization for their brands and for our customers' customers, Sonja?
So it's playing out very well. So we, from an Intel perspective, have values, yeah? And one of the values we're saying is customer first, like Cisco is doing. And the next one, the next important value is fearless innovation. And I think these both topics bring it very well together. So we are seeing that we just launched in December a new data center chip, a processor. So it's a processor designed for AI. And already Cisco has included that in the newest generation in the portfolio, which is great to see. Yeah? And this makes it so fast adoption, the fast go-to-market. And it is great to see that AI will be underneath from the data center and the cloud, over the network to the edge, and this will be interesting. So AI everywhere is what we are seeing from an Intel perspective as a very important frame going forward.
It is, right? Even from our perspective, we're seeing this story and hearing it all the time, aren't we?
Yeah, no, absolutely correct. And I'm surprised it took us like 5 minutes to land at AI. Though, to be honest, I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, 10 years ago, we talked about data being the new oil. We talked about big data. We talked about quantum computing. And AI is just another algorithm. But what we now saw is that kind of an iPhone moment, I almost kind of call it, because of generative AI becoming available and making it so easy to get the extracted value out of the data. And hence, we see it all over in my country, in Germany, and I'm sure it's the same in all of the countries of EMEA. Every single customer is building a private AI cluster to extract the value of the data. Whether this is banks, right, that want to have like real-time analytics, whether it's manufacturing industries that have millions of data records, or whether it's even public sector where they have the social data of citizens. So it's huge and it's private.
Let's put ourselves into the mindset of this customer that we've been talking about, right? They hear Gen AI and they think, okay, well, yeah, it's something, it's a buzzword. I'm hearing it all over the place. What does it mean to me? How does it elevate my brand? How does it elevate what my customer is able to do? And how does it create differentiation for me in the marketplace? How would each of you answer that question?
Yeah, it's very interesting. So generative AI is a lot of data, what we are creating, yeah? And this data needs to be structured, needs to be secure, and we need to store it somewhere, and we need to use it. And over that, all the security topics are coming into this, yeah? Because this will be a main topic as we are generating a lot of more data with Gen AI. We need to make it very much secure. So this will be a main topic going forward as well. And Cisco obviously has great security solutions, as well as Intel does. Yeah. And together, it's again the joint forces what we are having. So this is great to see that we are really collaborating on all areas, end to end, from an AI perspective underneath with the security topic.
And our customers, when it comes to security, right, everything has to be native. It has to be core, right, Uwe?
Well, our core business is to connect, right? We connect employees with citizens, with consumers, with applications, with sensors. And what we have to make sure, once it is connected, it is protected. At the very same moment in time, we have to have a zero trust system to be applied and give least privileged access to the data and make sure it's just simple and secure. And for that, we have to be really, really radical in two topics. One is intelligence, because we have to make sure that we block billions of attacks every single day, and we need huge intelligent artificial intelligence clusters to be able to have that intelligence. And on the other hand, we need to be radical in being very, very simple for the end user and for the administrator to operate these things. And AI is a great help.
What a great way to put it. And I want to build on that a little bit. This is really the last big thing that I want the three of us to talk about here. Last month, timing is perfect, our Cisco Cybersecurity Readiness Index came out, and it was so surprising, so revelatory, right? Only 15% of global organizations right now today have got a cybersecurity posture that is mature enough to be able to defend against the risks of today's digital world. So what do we say to our Intel customers, our Cisco customers, and say, you can deal with this, you can overcome that obstacle? What are we telling them?
It's unbelievable,
right,
to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really important to understand that we need to have different layers of security. And from us, from an Intel perspective, we have the security into the hardware, so hardware built, so it's a trusted foundation. Then we build software on top of that where we are saying we have data which we are generating secure, we store it secure, we bring it through the network in flight where it is secure, and this is a very important topic, it's also secure when we use it. And these are the four topics we are doing from an Intel perspective together with Cisco, so the whole solution is hardware as well as software based, and then it comes over to you from a solution perspective, how you implement it at the customer.
You're right, so right, Steve, to point that out. I mean, just to add another data point, and that's only Germany again, but for all of the countries, to everybody listening us, it's probably the same. The impact in Germany of cybersecurity attacks every single year is 203 billion euro. It's like 40% of our federal budget, our federal household. Like, it's immense. And I ask myself, why are we not able, why are we not capable to protect our economy in a better way? And the good message is it is possible if you make it a priority. Because with all these technologies we have, we from Cisco, for example, We block more than 20 billion attacks on a daily basis for our customers. But you have to make it a priority, and even more with digitization and with artificial intelligence. And with Intel, we have the compute power to do so.
That is such a good button for us to leave it on, because it empowers all of our viewers, everybody who's paying attention and listening to us. And even on the sustainability front, which we didn't get to right now, but so vital for both organizations, and it plays into how we deal with the energy demands of everything you were just talking about. Uwe, Sonja, such a pleasure to talk with you both. Congratulations on all the amazing work you're doing. If you happen to be here in Amsterdam with us, check out the Intel booth and what they're doing. Go over to the showcase and see what we're doing on the Cisco side. Friends, a real pleasure to have you with us. Thanks to all of you for joining us.
Steve, thank you so much. It was such a great conversation, and to hear from one of our really valued partners and the great things that we've done together with Cisco and with Intel together. So we are here at the Cisco TV studios. It's here at Cisco Live Amsterdam 2024, and there is so much going on just around, here. You can see here, learning and certifications. We've just talked about that. You can see there are lots of people kind of coming by, really excited to learn about what they could be doing here at the show, which certifications they can be part of, and you can see there's some. It's very busy. There's lots of theatre talks as well. So people are really leaning in and just really kind of taking everything in and learning everything live. It's different, obviously, when you're online and you're just kind of reading about it. But to actually share stories of people that are actually doing the certifications, which bits they're finding easy, which bits they're finding hard, it's really great to be able to connect with other attendees for that. So let's now move and talk about Intel. Obviously, we just heard from Intel, but now we're going to go into a specific session where Intel are going to be talking about a customer study, a joint one with Cisco, and the customer is Cluster Power. They're going to be talking about how they are advancing IT sustainably. There's so many tick boxes here for me personally. I love to hear about partnerships. I love to hear about sustainability, and of course, I love to hear customer stories. So it's going to be a great opportunity for us to do that. So by joining, you'll learn how this customer has built a data center with Cisco and with Intel compute technology, and how they're powering it with green energy as well. I think that's really interesting, in particular to this customer and this use case. Enjoy this session. We're going to see you right back here afterwards.
All right. Afternoon, everybody. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. So, as said, the three of us are here to talk a little bit about innovation and what's been happening in terms of data center and sustainability. And as said, we have Vladimir and Mark that are here to talk and share that. And I will share some perspectives from Intel as well. So, whilst I'll host this, I'll also give you some overall perspectives. So, to get things going, perhaps we'd just like to introduce Vladimir. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So, first of all, hello, everyone. Thanks for hosting me, Steve, here. I think it's a great event and a great opportunity to discuss about the most challenging factors of our industry. I think that on everybody's lips, it's sustainability, it's AI, it's cloud technologies and flexibility and scalability of those. So I think it would be a great discussion. To jump back to your question, Cluster Power, it's currently owning and operating the largest data center campus within the Eastern European region. We are talking about a campus built specifically for data centers that can scale to 200 megawatts of IT load in a Tier 3 certified environment. So we have brought to the data center environment and industry quite a few innovations. Actually, the name Cluster Power comes from associating two industries that we've brought together. The cluster comes from the IT side, while power comes from our energy background. And what's special about the project is that we've integrated a power production facility, an energy production facility within the data center campus. And we are among the few data centers in Europe, actually, that are running the IT workloads primarily from our own power production facility. So I will be glad to go into more details about this along our session.
Yeah, thank you, Vladimir. So you're a self-contained, energy-efficient data center environment. So yeah, look forward to hear some more about that. And to you, Mark, please tell us a little more about yourself.
Yep, thank you very much, Steve. And listen, thank you for the continued support from Intel with everything that Cisco does. So my name is Mark Maslanka. I'm responsible for our worldwide sales and engineering go-to-market for our compute platform. And that also includes our ecosystem of partners as well, including Intel, what we do from a storage perspective, data backup and protection, as well as AI and ML and hybrid cloud. So talking all of Vladimir's language.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mark. Looking forward to learning some more as well. And just for completeness, I run Intel's enterprise business for here for EMEA, so excited to share some more of this with you. So bringing it back to yourself, Vladimir, can you talk to us specifically about the challenges that data centers are facing in Romania, in Eastern Europe?
Well, I think that first of all, I would start with some general challenges that I think are not necessarily specific to our region. But we all know that within Europe there has been a big energy crisis. So traditionally the large data center markets, which are collectively known as the FLAP-D, it's basically Frankfurt, London, Amsterdam, Paris, and Dublin, where there is a big concentration of data centers, have faced big challenges into obtaining power availability from the grid. So basically, the high voltage grids need to be upgraded, and as we all know, the data centers consume lots of power. This has created a big challenge from an ESG perspective. So it's not only about the power consumption and power availability, but also from a sustainability perspective and also a social perspective, it has created some problems. I've heard this from, let's say, multiple people were saying that data centers are seen like the black sheep of industries. And why is that? Because traditionally they have been net consumers with lots of power availability in backup systems on site, but they weren't able to help the grid. So basically they consumed all of the energy, while other industries around them were lacking this kind of resource. So what happened in the past couple of years is that it has become very difficult to build new data centers or to gain access to the high voltage grid for new projects. And more than that, municipalities and governments started imposing new legislation that kind of forced data center operators to start using their backup systems in order to balance the grid. Yeah? So obviously for this purpose, from a technical perspective as well as a business operation perspective, this has been a great challenge when you have hundreds of megawatts deployed on a certain technology and you need to adapt to new legislation and new governmental requirements. So I think that this is one of the biggest challenges of the industry. Second of all, it's the AI revolution, and it has been a big impact. So public cloud definitely created a wave of change in how the data centers are built, in how the data centers are operated. And in the past couple of years, we're seeing the next revolution that is being generated by AI deployments and more recently by very large-scale GenAI related infrastructures. So we're seeing now a need to become more sustainable, more efficient at scales that were not maybe even possible before. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, clearly some significant challenges. And just to kind of reflect on how Intel sees this, at Intel we certainly recognize these increasing demands for compute and the need to deliver that compute in an energy efficient, sustainable fashion, because whilst we support the growth in industry and the growth in society, it's going to be critical that we offset some of the challenges that you describe here. So we're particularly excited about how we've continued to benefit from Moore's Law, which sets the pace of innovation and energy efficient performance growth increase with Intel. So much so, actually, that our latest 5th generation Xeon products that power your data center and much of the Cisco infrastructure, they enable a consolidation ratio about 5 to 1. So you take a 5-year-old Xeon server, you consolidate one, you can dramatically consolidate what you're doing to deliver sustainable computing infrastructure. So we're doing that piece, but of course it only comes to life if it's enabled by Cisco in terms of the platform. So perhaps, Mark, you could talk a little about how you're enabling sustainable solutions with us together to deliver to Vladimir's needs.
Sure, Steve. So look, it's table stakes for us. It's the leading conversation with our customers. They're expecting us to turn up and lead with a sustainable conversation. In fact, we're starting to see a lot of technology decisions being made upon the sustainability metrics of the platform, and also including procurement. Procurement are now no longer just beating us up on price. They're actually looking for metrics that are associated with energy cost reduction and savings. So at Cisco, we're looking at a number of things. At the outset, it's about how do we manufacture better with more consideration for energy use to manufacture. It just goes beyond just Cisco as well. I mean, we partner a lot, so it's making sure our supply chain adheres to kind of sustainability kind of accreditations and motions. It's at the heart of our innovation. So, for example, when we built UCSX, that was sustainability in mind. And really what that was doing was kind of driving more performance for less power, energy, and being future-proofed and being ready for that as well. And then there's simple things like packaging, making sure that we are using our waste correctly. So we've been using those kind of models to help kind of customers meet their sustainability needs. And in fact, just recently we won a global award, the SEAL Award, for having the most sustainable compute platform in the industry. So we're doing something right, which is good.
Yeah, no, tremendous to see, and I think just responding to the challenges that we all see in terms of the demands of a sustainable environment on that. So Vladimir, coming back to you, given this innovation that Cisco and Intel are bringing into the table, and you clearly take advantage of that, but can you talk to us a little bit more about the state of the industry? How's the industry taken advantage of the technological innovation to respond to the needs of the market?
Well, there are multiple perspectives on that. I think that maybe to add to the previous question a bit about it's actually how our users and our customers actually consume the resources. So imagine that not only you have to be more sustainable to do maybe more with less, if I may say so, but also to do it at a much faster pace. So customers want to have flexibility into their hand to deploy any kind of workloads, and at the same time to be able to scale extremely fast. So we're seeing, for instance, customers that are onboarding one day a VM with 2 vCPUs just to test out something, and then the next day they request 10,000 CPUs. And you need to be able to be prepared to offer this kind of flexibility, but also to optimize the operations. So imagine that when you need to provide with this kind of resources, you need to take into account that idling CPUs are consuming power, of course, that needs to be optimized. So if we're looking at it from an cloud operation and IT perspective, I think that one of the keys is how you orchestrate the workloads, how you actually manage the entire environment. So in our case, we're using UCSX as a main compute platform that is being orchestrated with Intersight. Besides that, we're using Cisco ACI for connecting all the environment and providing with networking options for our customers. So actually the biggest advantage that we have with using Intersight is that we are able to control the workloads. We're able to forecast how the actual applications work and what are the resources that are needed in the near future. And this allows us to optimize the way that we're deploying the workloads on different compute clusters. The second point is from an colocation facility and colocation infrastructure perspective. So for cluster power, we are in a very unique position because we are controlling everything from the cloud and IT infrastructure to the colocation facility and up to the energy production and energy facility. So having this holistic view over the entire process allows us to optimize it in an end-to-end fashion, basically.
Got it, got it. And you said that, hey, you may start with a customer that comes in with demand for a couple of platforms and then they accelerate to many. How do you plan for that? How do you respond to that level of change?
Well, I think that in our case, we were very in a unique position. Let's call it like this, because we've built this as a green project. Yeah. So we had this idea right from the beginning about integrating as our main strategy to have focus on scalability, flexibility, security as well. So that was built into the infrastructure. So for us, the modularity of UCSX solution as well as the flexibility provided by ACI were really important into building our cloud solution. So I think that choosing the right technology is definitely very important.
Right. No, thank you. Thanks for that color. So Mark, coming back to yourself. So what are you seeing as you kind of look at the industry and you look at, you've got an example here, demands from Vladimir and the sustainability challenges. You are seeing this across many of your customers. So how are you seeing the evolution of that? How are you architecting solutions that are going to deliver the kind of demands that your customers have got whilst being sustainable?
Okay, good question. I mean, I think it's fair to say that Vladimir's proposition is hitting on all the key demands within the industry. Customers are looking for flexible consumption model, number one. I mean, the advent of public cloud has really driven that. And we see a lot of our customers wanting that same experience, but maybe tapping into some of the sovereign and data security elements that would happen when you deal with a local provider. So we're seeing a lot of business outcomes driven from that. And of course, talking about business outcomes from a sustainability perspective, our customers are still leading with that conversation. And when we go to work with them, they're asking us around how do we use the savings to help drive business cases? So we've been working with a lot of our customers to say, look, if you were to modernize your environment to a new flexible environment, then what you'll gain back in energy cost savings are actually saving or paying for the cost of change, which is something we're seeing very different in the market. But I suppose, quick question back to you, from an Intel perspective, how do you see your kind of chips kind of supporting these kind of business models inside Vladimir's business?
Well, yeah, thanks for that question. So I mean, a couple of things. Obviously, two things. I think from a fundamental manufacturing perspective, we've got a big focus on energy efficient manufacturing. In fact, we manufacture, and we're a big consumer of energy in our factories, but we manufacture our chips with 93% renewable energy. So a big focus we've got at a manufacturing level is to ensure that we are highly green, and we recycle about 97% of the water that we consume. So we're very, very focused on having a sustainable manufacturing process. And then we're looking at how we innovate into the chips. And one of the things that we've been very focused on with the latest generation of server parts is building accelerator technology into the processor platform. And what that means is the processor itself can do much more work, meaning you don't need so much infrastructure to deploy the workload. So we have accelerators for AI, advanced matrix extensions, which is a particular technology that we have there. We have security innovation in that supports trusted domain capabilities, so you've got secure. This is built into the platform, meaning you need less platforms to deliver it, meaning you've got a more energy efficient and sustainable device that you have in here. So we continue to innovate. I mentioned Moore's Law earlier on. That continues to drive the pace of innovation that we have, and we look forward. We can see another 10 years and more of Moore's Law ahead. So we continue to innovate on our roadmap. We continue to drive down the density and the energy efficiency of the platforms. And ultimately, we obviously work with yourselves and the industry at large to really figure out how we can build the solutions that will deliver the ultimate capability in data centers. So it's amazing some of the progress that we've made, but there's more to do. Right? But we have to tackle this one, given the relentless demand for data center capacity that we see out there. So yeah, thank you for the question. And with that, perhaps you can just talk to me a little bit more about energy efficiency.
Well, that's a big topic, Steve. So I think that I could talk for hours on this topic. So I think it says also on the screen we have a PUE rating of 1.1, and I would start with that. So for everybody here, PUE it's an indicator of how efficient a data center runs. It basically says that for each kilowatt of IT load, you have extra kilowatts consumed for the data center itself. So in our case, we've achieved a rating of just 1.1. So that means that we have 1 kilowatt of data center consumption for 10 kilowatts of IT load. And considering that the industry average currently sits at around 1.6, we're, let's say, extremely efficient. So how are we doing that? It's
this is world class, right? 1.1 is absolutely world class energy efficient.
I think that we're sitting at the top of the industry with, let's say, other innovators in this space. So how do we achieve that? It's by controlling the entire chain. So to be a bit more specific, we're using heat recovery mechanisms from multiple sources. First of all, we're using heat recovery from the power generation plant. And the second heat that we're using is from the data center itself. So what we're doing with this heat, it's actually that we're transforming it into cooling. We're cooling water with heat. So we're using the thermal energy and we're cooling the water. So basically the data center runs on chilled water that comes from a different source than, let's say, normal energy. And then going through the room chillers or the backdoor chillers, or even for direct chip cooling solutions, you just need the fans to push the air and circulate the air. So basically, this is why we are achieving a really, really low PUE. Now, secondly, I think it's important to explain a bit about how we are producing the energy. And this has been a very interesting project on its own, to be honest. This has been done in a partnership with Rolls-Royce, the power generation unit, not the car manufacturer unit. And we're talking about the first hybrid, the first generation of engines that are hybrid. They are working on natural gas and hydrogen. And by the way, there is a European Union legislation initiative that states that by 2030, data centers should consume at least 25% of their energy from renewable sources like hydrogen. So basically, we already have that built in the energy consumption model of our data center for almost 2 years already. So this solution actually allows us to become even more efficient by looking at how we integrate with the energy grid. So what happens is that we're producing energy and sending it to the data center, but we all know that data centers have peaks of consumption. So what actually happens is that excess energy can be used to balance the network. To put it in another way, we are in a microgrid environment. What this means actually is that we can run in island mode, so we can be completely disconnected from the national grid, and we would still be able to power up the data center in a tier-free environment.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that this was a model, a blueprint that we thought of right from the beginning, and that we're looking to replicate, definitely.
Yeah, super impressive, and as I said, world-class capability. Mark, anything you want to add to what Vladimir has just described?
Well, it is very impressive, and if you think that if other data center owners or enterprise organizations were to, you should actually patent your blueprint, because I think we could globally sort out a whole load of the energy crisis just by modeling your blueprint for data centers, because I think it does come up as one of the worst consuming of power out there, and it's only going to get more. You touched on the next trend around artificial intelligence and machine learning. I mean, the computation, the GPUs and the energy, and if you just look at some of the costs associated with running those environments, it's horrendous. So yeah, full credits, well done.
Yeah. So that kind of takes me on to the question I wanted to ask you. So where are you heading? Where is Cisco heading? As you look at these trends, we're here talking a lot about AI. Compute continues to accelerate. The demands of industry and consumers for data center capability it just continues to grow, right? It's relentless, the level of demand. So how is that shaping your strategy? Where do you see things going, and what are Cisco doing to respond to this insatiable demand?
Okay, so first of all, let me go back to kind of our compute platform, UCSX, because X stands for 10. It's kind of a decade roadmap. You talked about your roadmap as well, so it's nice aligned. Thank you very much. And again, that's part of the sustainability piece, having a platform that is going to live with you and it's future ready. So it's there for water cooling, it's there for CXL. So if you think about the future requirements, you've got a platform that's modular and it's going to continue through the life cycle to capture those trends. And those trends for us, really boil down to kind of probably three major areas. The first one is artificial intelligence and machine learning. And you're going to see us launch a number of capabilities jointly with partnerships as well, that's going to really satisfy that need from an end user perspective, but also from an end user perspective that's building data centers to provide those capabilities to be consumed. The second area is around hybrid cloud and multi-cloud. We've seen a massive uptick in customers that are taking a more pragmatic viewpoint to the cloud and repatriating applications onto data centers, and also to providers as well, who can manage the platforms way better than their own environment. And lastly, we're seeing a lot of use cases around edge technologies as well. So you're going to see us spend a lot of time developing and bringing out new offers to market, which is associated with edge solutions.
Okay, no, tremendous. So wonderful to see, and obviously we do a lot of work together in terms of building those future robots. So very excited about that.
Doesn't happen without Intel.
Well, collaboration, right? It's all about collaboration. So hey, I'll come on to if there's any questions, have a think in a moment, but perhaps just before I get there, so Vladimir, for our audience here, if people are thinking about their data center, they're thinking about, well, hey, I've heard some interesting stuff. Any advice or recommendations that you want to share with the audience?
Well, I think that there are multiple angles on that. I think that we're definitely looking at a stage. We're definitely in a stage where efficiency is extremely important, in which we need to figure out how we're doing more with less, and at the same time how we're able to optimize the costs of operation. So I think that for those that are building a new data centers, those are definitely considerations that need to be well thought of right from the beginning. I think that the AI revolution and the AI challenges are, again, extremely important. It's one thing to deploy a general cloud computing platform, and it's a completely different thing to add a bunch of GPUs that need to be scaled really fast. So I think that maybe an advice would be to come to Intel, to come to Cisco, to come to Cluster Power, and look at some models that have already been deployed and are working and have been validated by the industry before jumping into making an investment.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. All right. So, hey, I'll come to questions. I think they're going to drop. There's a slide they'll pop up here, which has got contacts if you'd like to know more about some of the things we discussed. But just on that note, any questions that anyone would like to ask from the audience? Yes.
Maybe.
Oh, sorry. There's a microphone here. Thank you.
The question is related to the kind of workload. Are you using virtualization, bare metal, containers? What is the trend for application perspective?
Well, currently we're seeing use cases for all of everything that you've mentioned. Definitely, we're seeing that containers are getting more traction compared to VM, to classical virtual machine and virtualization environment. But also we have for, let's say, more private cloud or private infrastructure requirements, we're seeing more and more bare metal requirements. So currently we're doing, let's say, projects on AI space, so building large-scale artificial intelligence clusters that are somehow dedicated for training of foundational models, in which the customers prefer to deploy their own orchestration or software stack. However, from a technological perspective, they are using containers. From a management perspective, they are doing their management. So we're definitely seeing, like I mentioned before, we're definitely seeing an increase in the demand of container-based solutions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Any other questions? All right. So thank you for your time and listening. As mentioned, the contact information there, or if you'd like to know more, including the specific case study from Cluster Power's amazing world-class data center initiative. Hopefully this has been useful, giving you some insights for that. Any questions, feel free to come up and ask us. Otherwise, thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Cheers.
Well done. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All right, great. We're just out of that innovation talk, and it was great to hear about Cisco's partnership with Intel. I'm now joined in the studio by Agostino. So Agostino Santini, you are our VP of South EMEA for Cisco. Welcome to the studio. How are you doing today?
Thank you. I mean, it's always great to be here at Cisco Live, and thanks for inviting me.
Of course. Now, we've talked a lot this week already. Today's the first day we're broadcasting. The World of Solutions was open yesterday, but we've talked a lot about AI. Right, so let's unpack that and really talk about what AI means. Now, the first question I have for you is, what is AI? What are some of the new trends, and why now? Why is this a really good time at Cisco Live, Amsterdam 2024, to be talking about AI?
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable, the level of conversation and the number of time everyone is saying AI.
Yes.
So you have to have it in, in your conversation. I mean, if we reflect for a second, the concept of AI, if you think at Cisco portfolio, it has been here since a decade.
Right.
Now, of course, we are becoming all expert of the new trend that is generative AI. And when I look at the market, everyone is talking about this on three main topics. One is around the key principles, and government leaders, the European Union, politicians are also thinking about that aspect. Then the regulatory, how to make AI more inclusive. And the third, that is the topic of our Cisco Live, how AI is helping our clients, together with our partner, to transform their business model. So it's impressive the way Cisco has integrated AI in the entire Cisco portfolio, and it's amazing to see how our partners are working with us to make business outcome for our clients even more successful. So it's a cool model that we are thinking of, something around privacy. I mean, our CEO said several years ago that privacy has to be a human right.
Yes, yep, I remember.
You remember it?
Yeah.
I mean, we strongly believe that sustainability is another great principle of, security is another. So what I see as Cisco based on solid principles, we are developing the AI with this principle in mind. And principle has to be, yes, principles, but also has to be transformed in processes to make sure through the entire Cisco chain, these principles are very well respected. So I believe we are in a great position to make sure that we are creating AI under solid principles.
For sure, and we have lots of different types of customers at Cisco. We have small businesses, we have enterprise, service providers, public sector. Some of those customers are really embracing it and getting really creative and diving in. And some others, are standing back a little bit, they're waiting to see what other people do. But if we talk specifically about the public sector, what are the real opportunities for public sector customers with AI?
Yeah, if you think about, I'm running the business for Cisco in some of European Union countries. So just take one sub-segment of the public sector, take healthcare.
Right.
The European Parliament in December started the journey to make the healthcare data, the secondary data of the European citizens available in respect of the privacy. Think about this level of data powered by AI. Think about what we can create. How can we transform the processes of the healthcare, and how can we make the patients more safer using the data? So we see a trend where AI can significantly improve processes in the public sector, and there are two areas that we see wonderful opportunities to partner with. One is healthcare, and the second is everything around the critical infrastructure for any countries. That is super interesting topic.
Right, and what about some of the other industries? Like if we think about things like education, you mentioned healthcare, what about like smart cities and government? Any thoughts on how they are embracing AI? What are you hearing from those customers? I know in your region in South EMEA, you must be interacting with them. Like what are the common concerns, the common challenges, but then what are the common ways that we're using this technology to bring it to life in case studies and real life use cases?
Yeah, we are partnering with a lot of major in our wonderful countries and cities, and there are three main topics that AI can accelerate. The first one, how can make the city more efficient and productive,
right,
to save cost. Second, if you think about a city, you think about the citizens of the city and how can you dramatically improve their quality life. I love very much this concept of city in 15 minutes.
Right,
so
what is city in 15 minutes?
Means that take Barcelona, take Milan as an example, they have the ambition that every service has to be available within 15 minutes
right.
walk.
So accessibility.
Yeah,
yes.
So that is super cool. I don't think.
For sure.
The third, that there is incredible positive pressure, I would say, is how to make sure that my city is going to be sustainable. That means being aware of the importance of sustainability in every single process. So these interesting dynamics, and I'm always cautious on how important technology is in these days.
For sure, and at the show here, we're also talking about hybrid work. This has been evolving. It's not been something that's kind of stayed static, and the way that we work is constantly changing and evolving. Now, I know at Cisco, we're really fortunate. We've got some new office openings, right? Tell me about those, what those offices like,
yeah.
and why is everyone making such a big fuss? Because I feel like I have to go visit them on my list now. They're on my list.
I'm lucky. I'm running the business in some beautiful countries in the world.
Yes.
And quite recently, I was in Paris. And at Cisco, we opened the most beautiful office in Paris and in the world. And the beauty, I like very much this concept that the office has to be a magnet.
Yes, not a mandate, right?
Yeah, not a mandate. And think about Paris. Think about Champs-Élysées, and think about an incredible building where you connect the old building with the new technology, where you're going to be surrounded, you are surrounded by beauty. And when you have choices to go there with the subway, you can bike, you can have different options. And we see that our employees, our customers, our partners are getting attracted by this wonderful office. I love it. So you have to come to
visit us. It's on my list for sure. It's not too far from me in the UK. So just a final question for you. I know you've been at Cisco for quite a long time, right, through your career here. So tell me, if you were to speak to the Agostino when you first started, I'm not going to try and guess, when you started at Cisco, you can share if you like, what advice would you give that person starting out in IT? This technology is evolving so quickly. What was your experience like, and how has that evolved over time? What advice would you give?
Yeah, I'm a passionate IT guy, so I built my career around, let's say, three main things. One, I love technology. I've learned how important is business outcome. That in my reading is I'm passionate about clients and partner. And the third is curiosity. I mean, think about Cisco Live, contents that are here. We are so content rich, so I'm still curious to see what is going to be next. And it's a lot of fun.
Amazing. Agostino, thank you so much for joining me here in the studio. It's really great to see you, and I'm really glad to hear you're loving this week and have a good experience at Cisco Live.
And come to Paris.
Oh, I can't wait. I will
We're waiting for you.
Thank you so much. So Cedric, you're out in the world of solutions. What is that you've got there? It looks super fun.
I mean, Nish, yes, I'm here. I think actually I found another career path. Like, I think I can become a rock star here in the world of solutions. Okay. So basically, here we are, and this is the stand with Live Nation, and this is how Cisco helps to provide an end-to-end solution to basically improve the high-density areas with the network and also elevate the connected fan experience. And if you wander around the booth, cameraman, let's just maybe take a turn as well. Like, we have a display as well on Cisco security, which is really important, IP fabric. We have some fans as well. There is Cisco spaces around us, and then the connected Stadia Wi-Fi, as I mentioned. I think we all love a pop concert, right? And I think basically that would be very great to have Cisco there. And Cisco, as you can see, is on top of everything, and they can just help you with a lot of the solutions. And we're going to go back to Nish right now. So Nish, over to you. And don't laugh.
I mean, I'm laughing a little bit, Cedric, but I've also done the same thing this week. I've tried on all the different outfits and gear, and I love to see the innovation that we have there at Live Nation around live music experiences. Now, speaking of innovation, the heart of Cisco and innovation and incubation is Outshift. Outshift drives emerging technologies, ideas, solutions, and really the resources to actually bring that to life for tomorrow's tech teams. I'm always so impressed to see the work they do, and we've already had some guests in the studio today talking at a high level about how we are innovating constantly. Stay with us, we're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere.
All right, everyone, welcome to the Cisco TV studio here in Amsterdam at Cisco Live 2024. I am on set right now with Shubha Pant, VP of Artificial Intelligence at Cisco Outshift. Outshift by Cisco, an amazing organization. Congratulations, and I'm so glad you're here with us today.
Thank you, I'm excited to be here.
Me too, me too. Earlier this afternoon, I had an opportunity to sit down with Guillaume, with GSM, and we talked about Outshift's approaches to GenAI, protection, and now we get to go deep, because this is your ball game, right? So what are Outshift's latest advances in generative AI that our users here at Cisco are getting really excited about?
Happy to share that, and there are many. The way we look at it is AI for product and product for AI. That's the classification. And what Guillaume would have shared with you earlier today was in the category of AI for product. We're leveraging AI to empower our products, build new experiences, and all that. On the product for AI side of things, where we are focusing on how do we enable our customers to leverage and unleash the power of generative AI and do it in a rapid and trustworthy manner. Today, that journey is very arduous, cumbersome, very, very difficult. And this is where I think our new product, Motif, which we announced this morning, comes in play.
I'm excited for you, and we're going to talk about Motif as well. If we go back to the keynote today, this is one thing that Jonathan really hit on heavily, is that we've been in AI for a long time. It's the trust factor, right? It's the security side of it, so that people could really leverage it for their benefit and for successful outcomes. So let's go into Motif a little bit and see what OutShift is doing on that front right now.
Totally. So the challenge is that when we are talking to our customers and prospects, we see the same trend, and this is something we experienced within Cisco also. As the GenAI storm hit us, everybody wants to leverage it, all the customers, in order to innovate, build new products, or improve current experiences, or improve productivity. So as they are going through, they're running into a lot of issues, and this is where Motif comes in play. First and foremost, you talked about the trust and security. So GenAI has introduced a totally new set of issues in this arena. Whether it's security, privacy, trustworthiness, and safety, and some of the new concerns like prompt injection and toxicity and hallucination. And customers have no way of fixing it right now because there are no standards, there are no frameworks, there are no tools that exist today. So this is where Motif helps and comes with a pre-built set of policies and which you can customize for your organization, and you adapt to it, and very easily, within days, get it up and running.
And what sort of support is OutShift giving to our customers who are jumping on board? They hear about it today, they're excited about it, congratulations to all of you for the release, but what are we offering them right out of the gate so that there's no guesswork on their part? They can just get right to work with this capability. Okay,
sure. I think that will, so let me walk you through a little bit of journey, what customers go through. So as a business team, there's a lot of urgency like in every organization that we have to get onto this bandwagon, right? And there's a lot of top-down pressure. And as these business teams, they are looking into, they're figuring out what use cases should I focus on, what should I build? Then they come up with their KPIs and success metrics and all that. Now, they look around like what are the LLMs and like large language models that are out there, and they start testing with it. Now, in order to, it's only so useful, they need to customize it and bring their business context into the application. So that's where they onboard their knowledge bases, their own data sources, and all that. All this takes, and all these business teams, they're doing it in isolation because there is no central standard framework that exists today that enables them. So as they're building a lot of bespoke, redundant solutions, they somehow get through that. Now it goes back to the trust and safety security piece that I talked about. They run into that, and they need the blessings and the approval of their legal team, CISOs and CIOs. They are paranoid because nobody knows about much about this technology, and they are very fearful to just unleash it in production.
Yes.
So this is where Motif comes in. It in a very easy way, it enables the central IT teams and the security teams to, within hours, provision APIs and assistance, which these app developers can use. And then it provides a collaboration mechanism between the app developers, security teams, and legal teams to build these policies, which works for them. It adapts for them. And then off you go to production. Now there's another third persona which I not talked about the customers, the GMs and the business leaders.
Yes.
Very, very important for them. What they're building is meaningful, it's making money, it's solving their customers' problem. For that, they need end-to-end visibility into this, in terms of tracking what's going on, in terms of usage, cost. Is it really solving the problem that their customers are looking for? And currently, again, going back to, there is no central framework and tooling that exists today to do so. Motif comes in here also, and it provides in a very good way, prompt intelligence, which really tracks exactly what users are asking for, what needs are met, what are not met. It provides good visibility into cost, where they can then use that and do the ROI analysis, and so on and so forth.
We are filling gaps across the stack here. We're making it fully visible. We're tying together the things that have not been tied together before, and as we always do here at Cisco, if it's connected, it's got to be secure. This is such an important element, and it creates such differentiation for the Motific product. This is why I always tell people, stay connected to Outshift, follow what Outshift is doing, because you're changing things, you're adapting on such a regular basis, and I think it's usually based on what we hear from the customer, right?
Yes, totally, and security is paramount, and even though we are building new businesses, what is out there, what Cisco, as our mothership provides, we are leveraging it all across the journey. So I'll give you one example where there could be unauthorized or uncertified use of LLMs. So your organization has not approved it, but it's still somebody's using it. So we are actually connecting and integrating with our CASB systems and ensuring if there is any unauthorized usage, this is reported and it's kind of, that risk is mitigated.
Fantastic. All right, so I want to ask you one more question here. Let's say I am part of an IT team, I'm leading a team, and my team has decided, all right, we want to implement GenAI solutions in our ecosystem. How is Motific going to be a game changer for us right out of the gate the minute we adopt it?
As soon as they adopt it, within hours, as I said, they can provision APIs and Assistant, which all of their business teams can use it. Second, this allows the collaboration between them, the business teams, and the security teams and legal teams to build their policies, test it out, and then roll it out across the organization so that there is no discrepancy and there are no holes that are left open. And then it also provides all the, so this is about the IT team, but at the same time, the business leaders, they are getting the full visibility into, and they can make their business decision based on the outcomes that they see.
Makes me faster, makes me smarter, makes me more, again, connected to the customer, but responsive to the customer. I lied, I am going to ask you one final question here. Compliance, not always the most thrilling topic in the world, right? But so vital to our infrastructure and to our operations. Policies change nonstop, right? Automated adaptation becomes so vital if we want to protect our sensitive data. Things like PII, right? Our personally identifiable information. How is Outshift helping me on the compliance front?
Totally. So we talked about the policies, right? How they are getting built, tested in collaboration across all these teams. Now it's all pre-launch. So you're testing it, you're happy with it, now you move to production. Now that's where I think the real game starts. And so Motific provides actually, if you think about every user prompt, any user input that's coming, and as it is going to the large language model, it's providing a control layer in the middle. So all the policies that you had in place and all the compliance for the security, privacy, and trustworthiness, they are in play both on the input and whatever the responses that are coming out of LLMs. So it's making it secure, and it identifies if there are any violations immediately so that the appropriate teams can take action.
Fantastic, it does the work for you, it takes the pressure off, absolutely. Shubha, it has been such a pleasure to talk with you. I'm so glad that you were able to take a little time out of your day to be with us here in the Cisco TV studio. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks a lot, Stevie. Pleasure is mine. Thank you.
And to all of you, be sure to follow Outshift for all the latest and greatest in Gen AI and Cisco innovation. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so we're here at Cisco Live 2024 Amsterdam, and we are bringing you all the behind the scenes and all of the knowledge and the experts right to you. So who was better to talk about generative AI than our very own VP of Artificial Intelligence, Shubha Pant. Thanks so much to Steve and Shubha for joining us here in the studio. Now, before we head out into our next innovation talk, which is about generative AI, it's going to be a big one, we're going to go out to Rob. Rob, I think you're in the WebEx lounge. You're going to continue the conversation around AI and collaboration, right?
Yes, I think you were speaking to me. It's funny, I just realized, Nish, that my earpiece wasn't in. And I'm like, wow, it's so quiet over there in the studio. I wonder when they're going to come over and want to talk to me and Megs. Well, thank you. I put it in at the right time. Mags, I just kind of did a very sloppy introduction of you there. You're with WebEx. You're showing off some of the incredible new capabilities that are part and parcel of the WebEx suite, as I understand it. What specifically is it that you wanted to share with us today?
So we are launching so many AI innovations here at the show, and I was really struggling actually what to share with you, but I thought, you're a video content creator, like I have to talk about our asynchronous workloads and how we have seamlessly integrated those into WebEx. So what you can do in WebEx now is from directly here in your WebEx spaces, you can just click on our link here, our vidcast icon here, in order to record a video directly from WebEx, okay? So you open it up, you'll see your vidcast window. It should look very familiar if you're accessing our asynchronous video capabilities from the web page. It'll look very familiar as well. And then from here you can, manage your audio, manage your camera, you can share your screen, you can turn on a virtual background, and then we're going to start recording. So, I'm communicating with my friends here. I need to share something with them. Okay, I don't need a meeting for that. I just need to explain how this tool works, how the trimming works, how some of the capabilities in vidcast work. So I'm just going to share it. Typically you'll be sharing a presentation as well. You can do that directly from WebEx. Then I'm going to click stop. I can trim it here, add a little title to it. So let me just add a quick title. So I'm going to call it Clip and Trim. And that's going to be shared then directly with all of my colleagues here in WebEx.
All right. So let me, if I can jump in for a second, I just want to make sure nobody missed anything that Mags is talking about here, because I did have a chance to play with this a bit more and work with the incredible Hannah Burke, who's on the vidcast team, and I believe we shared how much she's been helpful for both of us. But what Mags is showing here is built into WebEx. So the idea of you go, well, that's what big deal, I can click a button and start a video recording. Of course you can do that other places on your machine, but does it have the same regulations, the same rules around how data is supposed to be shared or not shared in your environment, within your domain, for your entire company? Those type of things, all those share permissions, they follow through with things like vidcast. But the point is that why have a meeting if all you need to do is share some very specific information with one or many people, including possibly, as many of us are doing now, you could do not just the camera, but grab the screen as well. So you're educating in a way that maybe is a bit more, how should I say, being nice to the other person about their time.
Yeah, exactly.
But it does some things for you on your behalf, correct?
Absolutely. So what's absolutely fantastic about it is I have generated this content. As I showed you, you could do a little trimming yourself, but then the additional AI processing that is added to the video is it's pulling out highlights. So the assistant is pulling out the pertinent information and highlights, so that while this video is 4 minutes long, here I actually see the 4 primary points that are available as part of this video. And then also, it also automatically generates chapters for me. So here I have chapter 1, 2, and 3. So just a real time saver. Like all of these capabilities are around increasing my productivity, helping me communicate more effectively, helping me stay on top of my work, helping me catch up quickly. Like these are just absolutely fantastic innovations and such time savers.
Well, I wish I could say I always knew about this, but it was actually working with a WebEx product manager, and he kept sending me videos of the stuff he was getting across. And it's not as if he had to send me several for me to get it, because I immediately understood. But I was like, instead of having a meeting and we had to share, which still is necessary, and obviously that's one click away as well. That's awesome, you're right? But this is just another way to share it. But I like the fact, so we're using AI not to just rewrite, but also to summarize and then chapterize, so that that's another step for the person you're sending it to say, all I care about is point number 3, click and go. Is that right?
Exactly, and same is true for meetings as well. I'd love to show some of the automatic chapters in meetings as well if we have time, because a lot of the times when you're sharing content with people, they don't actually need the full hour or the full 5 minutes or 15 minutes. It's like they just want that segment that is appropriate to them. So we have a similar capability in meetings as well, where we can chapter out automatically the content for you, so you can just access what you need.
That's about all the time we have on the vidcast. Was there one other thing you wanted to tell us about before we have to go? Oh, you're going to get it ready. This is, okay, look at that. Got a fancy chart up. Tell us what we're looking at.
So what we're looking at here is actually a meeting recording about this booth, okay? So we have all of our experts here getting the demo suite here up and running. They had a 15-minute meeting on this and recorded it. Now, previously, if I had missed the meeting, and that happens a lot, I'm based in Europe, a lot of my colleagues are based in the US, I'm catching up on recordings the next day, I'm going through the transcripts. It's wonderful. I can search for keywords, it's super quick. But you know what's quicker? Is when I have a 2-paragraph summary, okay? 2-paragraph summary plus 3 action items that I can just consume in like less than a minute, as opposed to watching back the 15 minutes straight away. And then my favorite thing, now I was not assigned any actions here, luckily, but if I was and I wasn't in the meeting, it's a 1-click to get additional context on why that action was assigned to me. So you click here, it brings you to that point in the recording, so you just get this extra context without having to ping the person who's assigned you the action to say, can you give me this information? Which again, like I'm a few hours away, so just self-serving, saving time, getting on top of things straight away. By the time my colleagues come in the morning, I have this job done.
Oh, wow. I love that too, because one of the things, it reminds me of, we're always wanting to recheck when we have AI write for us, or we're doing research or something, you always want to check your sources, and the better eyes do that. This is checking your own source of your own information, so nice circular, because that could be very important if something was misinterpreted. I'm a huge fan of transcripts for learning and accelerating learning. Mags, thank you so much for the time here. Guys, please come down and check out the WebEx booth, say hi to Mags, and get all the information you need. Don't leave here without it. Take care. Back to you, Nish.
Thanks so much, Rob, and thanks to Mag. And I'm back here with Steve. Steve, can I just say, I could connect so much to Mags here. Every time I go into WebEx, there's a new feature. Yeah. I'm also based in EMEA, like Mags is. I have a lot of meetings with my global team, and the amount of times that I've actually gone into WebEx and I've gone, oh, I'm going to have to watch this 1 hour long recording. In fact, I'm only needed for this 5-minute snippet of it. I know exactly what my action is from it, and I love the chapters as well, so you can really understand. I needed to listen to this part of the meeting. They went, off track a little bit. They came back, and now I need to listen to this. What an amazing feature that saves us time, resources, and just keeps us more energized and ready to go for next activity, right?
It is so true. And what people, again, and all right, back to the buzzword, AI. I know we've been saying it
Yes,
nonstop all day, right? But we have to remember, Cisco's been in AI for a long time. A lot of the features that you just talked about, these are fundamental features that WebEx, that the Collab team, started to incorporate AI into WebEx some time ago to learn about the user. Who are you? What do you actually need? How do we maximize your time in the ground? You got to be in the meeting anyway. How do we make sure that we're delivering what you need, allowing you to go, clearing up your bandwidth in other areas? Guess what it is? It's an enablement. It's an AI capability that is a human-to-human interaction and connection, and I think that's really cool, and it's great to hear it from Mags and the WebEx team.
Absolutely, and I think when you can actually feel the impact of something like AI, and it actually becomes real for you, you're there, like I work from home a lot, actually feeling that impact day to day, I feel lighter. Can I wear like an iHeart AI t-shirt or a
You're already lighter. Look at you. I'm in the dark. You're in the red. You're already lightened up. Maybe it's all because of AI and WebEx, right?
There's so many t-shirts that I've seen around the show that I want. iHeart AI, iHeart Cisco. The Cisco store has some amazing stuff as well, right?
Sure.
So much that I want to buy, to find.
I love that. Can I very quickly, I just want to reach out to everybody who's watching us here in the broadcast, because we don't do it enough. Remember, we want to hear from all of you. Hashtag Cisco Live EMEA, at Cisco Live EMEA. Please keep reaching out to us. When you see a great interview like Rob just did with Mags and the WebEx team there, write to us. What do you like? Comment on it, because our social media team wants to hear that and they want to respond to you, right, Nish?
Absolutely. I love seeing people's photos, videos, however they're experiencing Cisco Live with their pets, with their families. They're out on a walk, listening, watching us. We love to see it. Well, we're now going to head out to a new innovation talk. It's Generative AI with Outshift. Enjoy this.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I know all of you are here to talk about the 2-letter acronym that's on everybody's mind, AI. But we're going to focus ourselves on generative AI, not the broader topic of AI, but focusing on generative AI. I'll have Anurag and Fletcher also join me on stage in a little bit. But before that, let's dive in and figure out what can generative AI do for us. So if you think about generative AI, just open up the aperture to what you've been accustomed to so far. So it is a piece of technology that actually allows for generation of content, for summarization of content, or for transformation of content. So any kind of content, whether it's text, whether it's visual, so images, as well as video, or whether it's audio. And if you think about text, it could be code as well, because code is a part of text. Increasingly, what we're also seeing is that all of these modes of content are merging into the model as well. So models are increasingly becoming multimodal. So when you think about use cases in your organization, don't just think single mode, think multimodal, because you will be blending text to speech, text to video, text to code, and so on and so forth. So think about it in terms of multimodality. Now, since so much can be done with generative AI, we found out from the AI Readiness Index that Cisco ran a couple of weeks ago that 97% of companies really are under pressure to build something that is GenAI first and deploy those solutions in their organization. But only 14% of organizations are actually ready for it. And there's a reason for this. The reason is that generative AI is actually evolving pretty rapidly. And so as it evolves, if you think about building solutions, it's hard to keep up. It's hard to keep up with the model evolution that's happening out there. It's hard to keep up with the safety needs of deploying these applications. It's hard to keep up with the scalability requirements, with the security requirements that align to the policies in your organization. So that's why it's very difficult for organizations to keep up with the pace of generative AI that's happening out there. And by the way, it's true for everybody. People who are in the weeds in generative AI, the people who've actually invented transformers and generative AI also are having a hard time keeping up. So you're not alone. So take comfort in that fact that you're not alone. But if you think about the journeys that you need to go through, we've tried and categorize it in 4 buckets here. And just assume that you will be in all of these 4 buckets every given moment in time. So the first bucket is you're just consuming that piece of technology. So if it's an app, ChatGPT, you might just be consuming it without customizing it. The second bucket is extending it. So let's say you take our foundation model, but you want to make it specific to your organization's needs. To do that, you'll have to bring in knowledge bases and data sources that are specific to your organization. Let's say you're dealing with finance, and you have a question about finance. You need to feed in data which is specific to finance in your organization for that model to be able to answer those questions. So that's extending what you're doing. Then moving, you might be customizing it. So to customize it, you might start with the actual model itself and fine-tune it to make sure that it suits your needs. Finally, if you are one of the daredevils that are AI first, you might actually build the foundation model yourself. So that's the last bucket. Typically, what you'll see is enterprises where we all belong. If you're not planning your birthday party, or if you're not planning your travel itinerary, you might be sitting in the second, the third, and the fourth buckets. Because just consuming an app as is probably not as relevant to organizations. You might need to customize it in some shape, way, or form. But again, like I said earlier, you will be in each one of these buckets all the time. You'll have tools that fall into each one of these buckets all the time. So as you think about all of those deployment modes, and if you think about how to develop apps or how to deploy some of these tools, what is it that you usually go through? First and foremost, you need to figure out use cases. What makes sense? What are the use cases that you need to pick to experiment? And if you're new to experimentation, the only piece of advice I would give is just jump in. Jump in, pick a use case that has a low cost of failure. So if something goes wrong, no big deal. Because if you don't jump in, the first thing that happens is you don't know what you don't know. And once you jump in, you realize it's not just the skill set gap that you might have. It might be the data gap that you might have. It might be that the pipeline that you're trying to build needs to come from various places, not just one vendor, but various different vendors. So all of these gaps, you will not figure out. It might be policies that your organization has put in place that disallow a few tools or don't let them work the way you would want them to work. So you do need to jump in. You need to pick a use case with a low cost of failure. And then you start thinking about what next. So let's figure out my KPIs. What do I want out of this deployment or this use case? And if I deploy them, what is that before and after metric that I'm measuring? I need to start thinking about safety. Is it going to hallucinate? Is it going to output toxic information? what kind of guardrails do I need to put in place so that it's safe as well as secure? And then you start experimenting. You start building a sandbox. You start looking at how these things behave, the application behaves in that sandbox. And once you're happy, you deploy at scale. And once you go in production, you need to worry about scaling, cost, security, and so on and so forth. So you usually go through all of these steps to actually make a generative AI use case real. What we are figuring out is people are jumping in, which is a good thing. They are on step 1. Steps 2, 3, and 4 are really, really difficult for people to grasp. And so here we're going to bring up a few people on stage in a little bit who've actually done this at scale at Cisco, and we can talk about challenges that they've faced while doing this at Cisco. But the other complication in deploying some of these GenAI workloads in your organization is that it's a multi-organizational problem. So you have the builder, the people who are actually building that use case. They want to run really, really fast. You have the spender. Usually it's the GM, or it could be the IT team. And in our case, we'll talk to both the IT team as well as the GM of the organization. And they want to know how we're doing. You might be spending a ton of money sending tokens to OpenAI. Are you getting the response that you needed? Are you getting a good before and after picture? Is there good return on investment? And then finally, there are approvers. You need to make sure that your data is safe, your information is safe, but also you need to make sure that your customer's information is safe. You need to make sure that there is no bias that is inherent in your models. You need to make sure that they're secure. You don't want somebody else to come in and hack your LLM pipeline, and things can go awry at that point. So all of these personas need to come together to make sure that your rollout is safe and secure, and it needs to be done pretty rapidly. So with that, what I'd like to do is invite Anurag, who's our SVP and CTO of engineering in collaboration for WebEx, as well as Fletcher, who's our CIO, to help and talk about how they have dealt with AI in the enterprise. Because in Cisco, we think about AI deployments in 2 categories. One is productivity, which is how is Cisco itself benefiting from the tools that are generative AI first and improving our productivity, as well as a builder like Anurag, who's using AI in his WebEx portfolio day in and day out to build some nifty features in the product. So Anurag and Fletcher, please come on board.
Thank you, Vijay.
Thank you for joining me, and let's have a conversation. Both of you have been deploying a bunch of these tools in Cisco, as well as building a product using generative AI in WebEx. So let me start with you, Anurag, and can you help us understand the kinds of features that you've built in collaboration using generative AI?
Absolutely, thank you for asking. So we've been using AI in WebEx for a long time. We have features like audio noise removal and virtual backgrounds and so on, but we're specifically talking about generative AI. So let me talk about that. Recently, we've added an AI-based assistant in WebEx, and that's going to be available across the whole portfolio. So all of the products in the WebEx suite, as well as our contact center, are going to benefit from this AI assistant. And to give you a few examples of what it can do, if you were at the keynote this morning, you saw Jeetu talk about a little bit of this. To jog your memory, one of the productivity boosters that the AI-based assistant enables is this capability to catch up very quickly. So you might have joined a meeting a little bit late, or you were in a meeting but you had to step away for a little bit. The assistant is always active, and so it can help you catch up on what you missed. And you can have a follow-up conversation with the assistant, so you can, for example, ask if anyone took your name, if anyone gave you an action item, and then at the end of the meeting, you get a nice summary and insights out of that. So that's a very simple, straightforward, obvious example, but a huge productivity boost. If you think about another capability where generative AI is very good, it's generating new content. And so this example that I'm sharing now is the ability to rewrite a message and make it better. And this is something that I do quite often with my team. Before I send a message, I want to make sure that I'm friendly, I'm inclusive, and I'm getting my point across, but really make sure that I can cultivate my relationship. So AI can help you do that as well. And if you think about the admin persona, people who are managing these deployments, the AI assistant can be quite a bit of time saver there as well. Jitu talked about this example this morning as well. Let's say I want to troubleshoot a problem with a call or a meeting quality. I can just engage in a dialogue with the AI assistant in WebEx Control Hub, and it can bring all the relevant information at my fingertips. And you were earlier talking about generative AI in the context of audio and video and other things as well. So this is an example where I'm asking a text-based question, but the assistant comes back with charts, and it's truly multimodal in that sense. And so these are just a few examples, but like I said earlier, AI is going to be embedded across the whole portfolio in WebEx, and it's going to be pervasive in everything we do.
So there are a lot of companies out there that build AI-first solutions.
Yeah.
How is Cisco any different from any of them?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because almost everyone in the industry is talking about assistants now, right? Like that's the most obvious first step that everyone is taking. Our approach is slightly different because we think very deeply about how people communicate. And when you think about how we communicate with each other, there's a part of that communication that is text-based. Emails, chat messages, SMSs, and large language models are very good at summarizing those, extracting insights out of that. But a lot of communication happens in non-text modalities. People communicate a lot with gestures and reactions and tone of voice. And if you're not capturing that information, you're really missing out on a lot of context. So this is why we've introduced industry's very first real-time media models that can capture all of that context that is happening in audio and video. And then when you combine that with large language models, you can deliver some amazing capability. So that's what sets us apart. And then one other thing I'll say is, given our heritage in strong audio and video capabilities, we've recently announced a brand new audio codec. When you think about those assistant capabilities I was showing earlier, if the assistant cannot hear you properly, it won't generate a good transcript. And if it doesn't have a good transcript, then the summarization will be pretty poor. So fundamental problem is, how do you get crisp audio and video across the network, especially under heavy packet loss conditions? And so that's where we're applying generative AI to reconstruct packets on the wire and deal with any kind of network condition. And that's like another example of how we differentiate.
So can you also talk to us about a few challenges that you faced? Because this journey is non-trivial, as we just discussed.
Yeah, you touched upon some of those, but from a very practical point of view of what we have done, I'll start with data privacy as the first principle, because at Cisco, privacy is core of everything that we do. And so when you're building these products, you have to make sure that your customers' data is protected. How do you make sure personally identifiable information or IP does not leak to especially any of these LLM vendors if you're integrating those in your products? Another thing that becomes very interesting with generative AI is safety. And imagine a text-based interface, a prompt-based interface. How do you make sure that the responses that come back are not in such a way that are going to drive some bad behavior or bad responses or hateful speech and things like that? So you have to make sure you have guardrails there. Another one is a classic AI problem that is very relevant with generative AI, which is bias. And this is where, at Cisco, we have a very well-established responsible AI program, which you are the executive sponsor, so you know all about this. And this is also, you were talking about cross-org collaboration. This is a perfect example where we have a responsible AI program that guides how we build products. And then I will also add cost as a vector here. When I'm building products, I want to make sure that the cost isn't prohibitive, that I don't really jack up my prices to such a level that nobody can benefit from these productivity gains. So how do you build and architect systems in such a way that it can be manageable from a cost point of view? So those are just a handful of challenges that we run into.
So let me come to you, Fletcher. And you have been rolling out GenAI tools within Cisco for more than a year now, I would say. Mm-hmm. What's your philosophy? I mean, and give me some examples of some of the tools that you've rolled out. I mean, I'm a user of some of those tools, but Where do you want to take it, and what's your philosophy and strategy?
Yeah, the philosophy is to think about AI as a teammate, not as a replacement for people. So somebody, a technology that gives people more time, makes them more productive, a force multiplier for what you're able to get done in a day. And sort of a way to think about it is, if the Industrial Revolution was about physical products and mass producing physical things, AI, and in particular generative AI, might be kind of the Industrial Revolution for knowledge workers. The mass production of information and learning, and ultimately returning time back to people to spend more time doing the thing you were hired to do, and less time doing the stuff that we all just feel like we're wasting time doing because we work at a big company. So we've rolled out some of the obvious things that you would probably have also rolled out. Copilot for GitHub, in the process of Copilot for Microsoft 365, ChatGPT, but doing those in controlled ways. Like ChatGPT is running in a private instance where we use the Azure PII API to remove any identifiable information from the prompts that anybody might put in. We also keep that all in our network, so none of the data gets reused for public training data. And then use technologies like retrieval augmented generation to combine the benefit of a large language model with the proprietary data that we know about our business. So think about things like TAC case data, Cisco product data. Can we make that chat be able to answer questions like, what is the PoE budget of this switch? When does this router get end-of-lifed and which one replaces it? I'm a salesperson. Help me write an email to the CIO of a big company about why Cisco firewalls are better than Palo Alto. And then not use public data to do that, but our private data from Salesforce and sales enablement material and things like that. The other big one, that is interesting is Copilot for GitHub. I think historically we all thought software development is probably the thing that AI will never be able to disrupt. AI is going to disrupt these lower order jobs like HR, task-oriented things first. And software development is just human beings' creativity and their brains, and it's never going to be able to do that. Turns out AI is very good at writing software, or writing code, and it's one of the first real use cases of making developers more efficient. And so right now, 47% of all code being checked into GitHub is being augmented by Copilot or some other AI. And by the midpoint of this calendar year, GitHub says 80% of all code being checked in will be helped by AI. And so now, you've always sort of thought there's no way to compress software development. That's why we all focused on things like CI/CD pipelines, test automation, because that stuff you can automate. You can actually compress the amount of time that it takes to write software, which is allowing us to really do more with less. So that's just a few examples of, the intranet, we're building an LLM-enabled digital equivalent of a friend who has worked at Cisco for 20 years and knows everything. So you can go to the intranet and sort of, you'll be able to interrogate it and ask it things that if you were a new employee, where do I find this? How do I do that? What's the answer to this? And it will just know all those answers. Giving you the answer is one thing, but it will be able to do those things for you and actually take the action.
So Fletcher, I actually want to thank you because you have been a very progressive IT organization, and you've helped us adopt these tools when a lot of the enterprises take the posture of, just saying no because there's so many risks involved. Can you tell us a little bit about your thinking process for being so forward-looking and enabling us with that?
Well, luckily, and by the way, I should have said, we are, of course, also using the AI features of WebEx, which we use every day, a huge productivity enhancer, and some of the AIOps in things like Catalyst Center, formerly known as DNA Center. That helps my infrastructure team a great deal. But I think when we have these conversations with the responsible AI team, with legal, with security, the easy answer is we cannot move forward until we know all of the answers to every question that legal has, all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. The problem is, if you do that, you're going to get left behind. So how do we do this in a safe way where we're protecting our data, and as much as we worry about our data, we really worry about your data. We got to make sure that is taken care of. But the philosophy is we're genuinely excited and curious about what people will do with this technology. So of course we have to make it available, but how do we do that in a safe way where if I'm doing my job well, people are not aware of any limits that we've imposed on them, because people are not trying to do anything that they shouldn't be trying to do. And we're just enabling people to do what is required for their jobs. It's kind of the same approach to security. If you're constantly running into security controls, there's a problem. Really, you should be able to do your job and not be aware of any of the guardrails that are in place because you're not doing anything wrong. And it's sort of the same here. So, don't put... we allow people to go out to the public version, for example, of ChatGPT. But when you do it, you get a pop-up in the browser saying, if you're doing this for anything related to Cisco, you should be using the internal version. And if people paste something into the browser that is personally identifiable information or Cisco proprietary or Cisco confidential, we'll get an alert on that and we'll know about it. And so, there's just, it's a discussion with legal, with security, with HR, to get to the goal we all want, which is, isn't it going to be so exciting to see what all of our employees are going to do with this technology?
So I know we've all talked about that chart that I showed earlier. As you can imagine, we are building something from scratch, so everything from the models themselves, all the way to the application, which was the fourth bucket, to what Fletcher was describing earlier, where you're taking a model, taking a chat application, and customizing it with some of the data sources that are specific to Cisco in our case, to make sure that it's relevant, it's specific, it's relevant, and it's recent. Right. And so that entire mode, all the four modes are something that we all participate in all the time. And so with that, what I'd like to do is, we are also announcing this, this is going the other way. So we are announcing a new product called Motific, and Fletcher here has been very helpful in being a customer zero and helping define this, and so has Anurag, because of all the experience that they've used in building out the product. The whole idea behind Motific is, like we were all discussing, it's a multi-organizational problem. So how do we bring all of these organizations together? From the end user, to the GM, to the builder, to the approver. Can we bring all of these personas together, as well as all of your organization's specific data sources, policies, identities, and so on, so that there is one place, a central hub, if you may, where you can come in, and this hub will help you rapidly and safely create and deploy your generative AI solutions. So that's what Motific is all about. And with that, let's roll the video.
The GenAI landscape is uncertain, a constantly shifting terrain. But organizations must engage with GenAI or risk being left behind. Introducing Motific, a complete software solution that provides the GenAI innovation you need. With Motific, you can build trustworthy AI quickly and in compliance. Its centralized control gives you command over all your organization's data in one place, alongside enterprise-grade governance and oversight. Motific provides a window into your organization's costs and usage while accelerating your GenAI deployment from months to days. By unifying permissions and controls, Motific gives you GenAI tools that apply trust, cost, and access management across all the providers you use. From a strong foundation comes unlimited possibilities. Accelerate your organization's GenAI journey with Motific. Powered by Outshift.
So if you think about the early days of cloud, this is exactly where we are with AI as well, generative AI as well. You'll have these organizations that are trying to run fast. How do you make sure that they run fast, as we've heard today from both our speakers here, our guests here, as well as making sure that central IT teams have the controls that they need and the visibility that they need to make sure that you're not crossing the boundary or the line somewhere. So that's what Motif provides. If you want to learn a lot more about what Anurag talked about or about Motific, these are some of the sessions that you can go to, and you can also come to our booths where we have the demos as well as talks on some of these ideas that we just discussed.
If I might add, because you talked about how we sort of contributed and inspired to this. So one of the challenges that we've been very aware of as builders is that the state of the art here is moving so fast that you want to maintain optionality. You don't want to lock yourself to a provider or a model. And it is very important for you to architect your product so that you can switch things out as the state of the art progresses forward. And a product like this would be a huge enabler in maintaining that optionality. And the policy controls that the video was talking about is also very, very important. Because when I'm building a product and selling it to thousands of customers, they all have their own policies, like Fletcher has the policy for Cisco. And so building a product that is flexible enough to adapt to all of these customers' policies is actually a very hard challenge. And then we went through this process, and so I'm glad that we finally are codifying all of that in a product so that the next developers are going to find it a lot easier to do that.
That's a great point, Anurag. So I think if you think about a product like this, I mean, the things that you brought up, first and foremost, the abstractions that you need to be vendor agnostic. So whether you're using ChatGPT or GPT, rather, or Bard or an open source LLM, it doesn't matter. Making sure that you have the policies and compliance and controls at your fingertips. Making sure that you have trust and safety taken care of, as well as your ROI and costs under control in one place, I think is super important. And everything that we're learning from both the IT and deployment side of the house, as well as the application development side of the house, actually feeds into a product like Motific as well. So we are drinking our own champagne when it comes to Motific. But yeah, thank you for being here. And we have to run, unfortunately, after this, but you can catch us at the collaboration booth. I think Fletcher is around as well. I'll be there at the Outshift booth. If you have questions, happy to answer them at those places. But for now, we'll have to run. But thank you for coming in and listening to us. Thank you.
Welcome back to Cisco Live 2024 Amsterdam. We are just out of the last iTalk of the day. Or maybe we've got one more. We need to check the schedule because there's so much that's gone on today. But actually, we've just come out of Generative AI, and I know we've talked so much about that today. If you have missed any of the sessions, I know they're going to be there on demand for you to watch later on. But if that is a topic that you're really interested in, if it's something that you're new to, that innovation talk was just such a treat to actually hear some practical tips from some of our leaders, as well as some real-life use cases into how Generative AI is actually helping our customers. So we're actually going to head out now to Cedric. Cedric, you're out in the world of solutions, right? What do you have for us? I think we're going to continue the focus with Outshift.
I know, Nish, it's been a great day for Outshift here at Cisco Live in Amsterdam, and they've made a really great announcement this morning about Motific. And I'm definitely not an expert about that, but I have one with me. Ola is one of our product managers, and he's just going to show us what the product is and give us a quick demo. But first of all, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So I'm Ola, product manager here at Outshift, and I'm going to be walking us through a brief demo over the next few minutes. This is a follow-up to the innovation talk we just had from our Senior Vice President of Outshift, Vijay Pandey, where he introduced Motific to the audience. Motific is a generative AI product that allows central IT teams to rapidly provision assistants and APIs for usage within an enterprise environment. And so we're going to look at how that plays out in real life. So this is a product dashboard right here, and we're going to play out a scenario where a marketing department wants to use generative AI capabilities to be able to perform event support within the company. So a request comes in, that request is sent over to the IT department, and this is the dashboard that the IT department sees. So they go over here to the request tab, and they have all of the details of the request that comes in from marketing. So marketing wants to use Azure OpenAI, GPT-4 turbo models. They specified the specific data sources they want to use, and they have the set of policies they want to apply, as well as the groups of people that can actually use the assistant. So what happens now is that the IT guy is going to go ahead and create what we call a motif. A motif is just a combination of data sources, models, user groups, as well as the policies. So once that happens, so we're going to go ahead and create a motif here. And then we go back here, and then once this is completed, if we go to the Motif dashboard here, we actually see the newly created Motif for the marketing events team. Now, if you click on this Motif, we can see a set of details. The details that we see here are related to the endpoints that the marketing team is actually going to use to start interfacing with large language models. So if the marketing team wants to actually build their own chatbots or their applications, they can take this API with API keys and build on top of that. However, if they want to start interfacing directly, they can actually go ahead and click on the URL here, and they get an assistant. This assistant comes powered with the knowledge bases, and we can actually start seeing how that plays out. Alex is in marketing. Alex wants to use the assistant. He types in some prompts over here, down here, and then we can see the policies in action. So the token policies in action here. We can see the other policies, the PII policies are in action right here. And so Alex is happy with what we have built for him as an IT department, and he can actually send the URL over to the rest of the marketing team to start using this assistant. Now, while Alex was doing all of this, everything was getting logged on the back end in the IT dashboard. So if you go back to the IT dashboard, on the monitoring tab, we can actually see how every single prompt that Alex sent was being logged in the logs and reports tab over here. So if you go over here, this is the marketing event support logs. We can see every single prompt that the marketing team actually sent out. We can see all of the details, the budgets, token budget limit that was triggered when they sent the first prompt, all of the timestamps, the responses, as well as all of the profile of what happened during the prompt. Now we go back to the monitoring dashboard, and we can also show you how we're actually able to track when people are using LLMs out of compliance with the Shadow LLM tab. In addition to this, we have an intelligence tab over here that allows us to understand what people are doing with the company's LLM investments. At the same time, we can also up-level that information and show you exactly how much ROI we're generating by using LLMs within the company. So in summary, we've shown how the marketing department actually took a request, sent it over to IT. IT was able to provision an assistant. The assistant was used by the marketing department, and we were able to track every single prompt that was used in the logs of this Motific. So if you wanted to learn more about this, please stand by. We have a lot more details to share with you at the booth here. And you can also visit our website, motific.ai. I want to thank you for your time, and we're looking forward to actually having you.
Awesome, thank you. And I'm also amazed by how user-friendly it is. And it has a very, I think, sleek, sexy look in my eyes. I've never called a tool sexy before, so this is the first time calling sexy before. If we're thinking about if you're thinking about a tool as well, what else is coming up, Olu, that we have to stay tuned for? What is one of the most exciting things that's still in the pipeline to come?
So in addition to the ability to address the use cases for central IT, we are going to actually expand the capabilities of Motific to actually cater to people who are ML practitioners. So we're actually going to provide the ability to actually do things like fine-tuning of models and be able to actually use those fine-tuned models as part of the Motific platform. So down the line, we're going to see some of that coming down. But for now, the focus is on central IT teams to provision rapidly so that people within the company can start to use generative AI in a very trustworthy manner within their companies.
And this is all a proof of concept from what I understand right now at this point, right? It's in development.
Well, it's in development. We announced it this morning. It's going to be available to our customers come June of this year.
Okay, awesome, great. Thank you so much, Ola. We're going to go back to you, Nish, in the studio.
Thank you so much, Cedric. We're now actually going to head straight back out to Steve, who's just to my right here. He's got some really visionary leaders with us. I've built it up for you, Steve. Who do you actually have with you?
Gosh, Nish, not only do I have people with me, but I'm here with the three literally gentlemen of the hour, Vijay, Anurag, and Fletcher. Fantastic innovation talk. I was just saying, I walked past it and I wanted to actually sit down in the audience and I realized, no, that's not going to happen. You guys were far too popular. It was backed up all the way onto the show floor. Congratulations to all of you, and I'm so glad that you had a moment to join us here in the TV studio. Well done. Did you guys have fun? I think that's the first thing I always want to ask. Did you enjoy the talk, and did you enjoy the response that you got?
We wish it could have lasted longer.
Isn't that always the case? Yeah. Always leave them wanting more. Remember, we are the appetizer, we are not the entree here, so we need to make sure that there's always more that we can do. All right, first question I want to ask. Whose idea was it to bring this particular trio together? Who should I put on the spot?
I'll take the blame for that.
You're going to take the blame for that?
Yeah.
Do you blame him, or was it a really good thing? The reason that I ask is we frequently here at Cisco, we compartmentalize, right? Yeah. It's a hard time to go cross-platform with our conversations, and I think any time that we can tie the technology together in a cross-platform manner, it tells a stronger one Cisco portfolio story, right?
So that's one, and I think we're talking about a piece of technology in this session. So if you think about generative AI, we wanted to have all the personas on the stage. So whether it's the builder, whether it's the deployer, or whether it's the incubator, all need to be on the stage.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so because we have a tight time frame here, Vijay, let's just start with you here. One of the biggest trends, of course, biggest concerns maybe that we're hearing from organizations today when it comes to AI these days, what are we really hearing from them? What are the customers saying to us that they want to make sure that we tackle?
So there are quite a few things. I mean, first and foremost, it's an impressive piece of tech. So let's start there. It's a step function for human productivity and creativity. So everybody wants to use it, deploy it, work with it. But first and foremost, there's a skill set gap. Then the space itself is rapidly evolving, so it's hard to keep up. People are worried about trust and safety and bias and toxicity and hallucinations, because these things hallucinate and you need to be careful. People are worried about their data that sits within the organization, whether there's going to be data leakage, or whether we are going to inadvertently use somebody else's information in our products. And then finally, the costs are ratcheting up. So the cost of using these pieces of technology, not simple, not straightforward, not cheap. And so you can't experiment willy-nilly. You need to be pretty careful about the ROI that you want to achieve on something that you build here.
Which is why a partner like Cisco becomes so incredibly important. Anurag, I feel like one of the biggest questions that we get is, why us? Why do customers want to look to Cisco for their AI solutions?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I can think of a few reasons. First and foremost, I think it's because we look at AI as a tool for solving problems. We're not doing AI for the sake of doing AI. So we pick very specific problems and use cases, and we apply AI to solve it in a way that was previously just not possible. Second, I think we have a track record. AI isn't new to us. We've been shipping products with AI in them, and our customers are benefiting from them, so that we have a little bit of credibility with our customers. Third, I would say, is we have a very differentiated approach to doing AI. So for example, large language models and text-based AI is really grabbing attention for everyone in the industry. But our heritage, especially in the WebEx and the collaboration portfolio, is in great audio and video. And AI and generative AI isn't just about text. It's about all of the different modalities and how you combine that. And finally, I'll say, and Vijay on my left here is the executive sponsor of Cisco's Responsible AI program. So we are building everything in a very, very responsible way. Data, privacy first, safety and security and bias. And so I think our customers expect that from us, and then they get that from us. This is why they look at us.
This is a long-time strength. We are not new to this field. Fletcher, I want to get your perspective as CIO here at Cisco. How is Cisco IT innovating to integrate maximized AI within our IT operations? And maybe an example or two.
Sure, so I mean, we're obviously customer zero of Cisco's own AI embedded in the products and things like WebEx and Catalyst Center and AIOps and optimizing our own IT operations, as well as rolling out third-party productivity enhancers like ChatGPT and Copilot. But in the customer zero camp, I think one of the sort of real value that we bring is doing things like building shared global AI infrastructure that can be used across Cisco by us, by the product teams and others, and demonstrate that you can use Cisco Ethernet stack to build these high performance AI GPU clusters. And so that's a significant piece of work that the team has completed, a 256 GPU 32 node AI cluster using Cisco Ethernet stack with Cisco 8000, 400 gig Cisco optical at the leaf and spine, directly connecting every GPU.
I am so sorry to cut you off. We're actually going to head into our next iTalk, which is a replay of a great talk. Let's head to that. We'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here. So, for as long as I've been doing security, and it's way longer than I care to admit, security has developed in the same way, and it's really been a patchwork. So every time there's a new problem that emerges, a small cluster of companies, usually VC funded, jump up right behind that to solve that problem. And to be honest, they're actually really, really good at what they do. So the issue isn't how good these solutions are. The issue is there are a lot of them. So most of you end up with what could be 40, 50, 70, 100, and it's not uncommon for us to talk to customers that might even have 200 solutions that they're integrating. And there are a lot of issues with configurations and all, and complexity ends up being the enemy of security. And this problem actually gets worse as you move into the public cloud arena. Again, each public cloud vendor has their own set of native security controls. And once again, it's not about who's are better or worse. It's that they're different. So one of the things that we as Cisco have taken on is, how do we simplify this for you? So what we did is we abstracted these security controls from the underlying infrastructure into what we call the Cisco Security Cloud. This gives you a single user interface, a single set of controls, and perhaps most importantly, a single set of telemetry across all of these environments. And as Cisco, we are very focused on staying in the swim lane of where security meets the network. And that means we look at everything from when a user accesses an application all the way through to when the application gets to the data that it is using. All right, so when you look at the Cisco Security Cloud and you explode it, there are three major components to this. It's about protecting the user, it's about protecting cloud environments and your applications that live in all of these, and then breach protection. And I'm going to very quickly get into all three of these for you, starting with user protection. Imagine if I wanted to get a glass of water, and I walked up to a water cooler, and I was asked, hey, Ambika, how do you want this water delivered? Do you want an iron pipe, a copper pipe, a PVC pipe? How do you want that delivered? I would be like, that's a ridiculous question. But that is exactly what we're doing to enterprise users today. If I'm accessing an application that's behind a ZTNA gateway, my experience is quite different from when I'm accessing an application behind a VPN gateway, or it's a SaaS application, or I'm going directly to the internet. So as we conceive of what this should be like, we are changing that experience completely. For us, it's as simple as you authenticate a user as step one, and the next thing, they access the applications. Of course, we still have to make the decision underneath the cover on how that access is happening. But we are plumbers, and we are very good at handling the network plumbing. And we do this automatically and seamlessly for users, and they never see it. So one experience, I get authenticated once, and I go and access my applications no matter where they live. Now, we speak to customers a lot, as you might imagine, and one of the things that I want to drive home here is the seamlessness of the experience. When we talk to customers and we say, hey, are you doing ZTNA? All the hands go up. And then we ask the customers, do you still have applications that need VPN access? Any guesses? All the hands go up. So here is another thing that we're able to do with the experience that we've built. If I am accessing an application that is living in a VPN environment, great. This is the way we've traditionally done it. When you're behind the firewall, you have access to all of this. As you start to build your zero trust frameworks and move applications into it, it's completely seamless for the user. So you can start with the VPN apps. IT is moving these apps. This changes all the time. You may add more apps to the zero trust area, and the user does not know what's going on at all. And please know, the reason why you have some of your applications behind VPN gateways is not all these apps are designed or architected to talk to a gateway. And changing them architecturally is either a long process or one that you might not even undertake, right? So this is really important. Now, outside of all of this, the overall experience matters to us too. So obviously, for all the security capabilities we deliver here, we've got points of presence around the world to bring the security close to where the user is. But we go further, and you heard this earlier today. We've integrated Thousand Eyes into a secure access solution, so we don't just say we deliver a great experience, we can measure that experience. And if there's a problem, we can pinpoint to where that problem is so that IT can troubleshoot that very, very quickly. And with Thousand Eyes, as you might know, you can even see ahead of time which pathways are degrading, and you might switch policy to make sure that users never encounter that pathway and you never really have some of those problems. So all of the capabilities I described, there's a really important thing that I want to say about them. It's a plethora of capabilities that we have integrated to provide a different security outcome. There's a firewall in the mix, there's SSE in the mix, there's just a bunch of things. And this is the promise that we make with our suites. So the user protection suite has a lot of capabilities, and like I said, we do the integrations. We make them work together to deliver the outcome that you want for users. So moving from that, let's talk about the Cloud Protection Suite. So I just finished talking about how when you have a user accessing an application, we are able to deliver least privileged access in a really secure way. Now, you need that least privileged access in another area, and that's when there's an application accessing another application. So let's talk about that. Let's just say marketing decides that they've got to run a campaign, and they put a marketing application up in AWS. But that application needs to come back and speak to a customer database that might be living on-prem. So historically, or right now, what you do is you use Direct Connect or some other mechanism to punch a hole in your firewall and allow that access to happen. That's fine, till something happens where an attacker takes advantage of a vulnerability or something with that marketing app and now comes into your private environment and has access and the ability to go almost anywhere within that. That's not okay. So what we are able to do with a solution we call Multicloud Defense is we are able to bridge this gap for you. How do we do it? Well, let's talk about the issue first. The issue is your private environment speaks in terms of IP, and your public environment speaks in terms of services. It's all about Lambda. It's about S3 buckets. The notion of an IP address doesn't really exist there. So multi-cloud defense bridges those by understanding both and allowing you to build policies that work across those environments. And doing that, we are able to give you that zero trust, least privilege access so that when that marketing application needs to speak to that customer database, that is just to the customer database. So just to give you a little more on this, we have egress controls, we have ingress controls, and we have macro segmentation, and then this least privilege access. So it's a very comprehensive solution. I've just touched on one of the use cases. It's also really powerful because it not only works on AWS, it works on all of the different cloud environments that you might want it to, and even across the private environment. So from your private cloud to public cloud, you can have secure access, you can share network objects across those environments, and this makes it really, really simple for you to manage those. And again, multi-cloud defense is part of our cloud protection suite that has other capabilities in it too, all of which we have integrated, again, with a view to deliver outcomes and not point products. Now, I also want to go into, in this section, on the news that we shared earlier today, on Cisco Identity Intelligence. How many folks were in the keynote this morning? Okay, great. So I'll try and go a little bit deeper from what you heard at the keynote this morning. The whole thesis here is you've got more threat actors saying, why do I want to spend my time creating these complicated zero-day attacks when I can just either steal credentials or do a MFA bypass and just get in, looking and feeling like legitimate traffic. So the thesis here is, why hack in when you can just log in? There have been a fair number of breaches recently that have made headline news that have used things similar to what I'm going to discuss here. So attackers will go to, let's say, LinkedIn, and they're going to go and study a bunch of profiles. Let me look for a super admin at company ABC. And once they've got those profiles, they might call into an IT help desk, and they'll use social engineering, they might even use voice cloning, and they'll sort of convince the IT person, like, I need this now, I've got this emergency, or whatever they use in their social engineering, to basically get them to do an MFA reset and give them access to the environment that they should have. Now, this person can come in and pretty much do what they like. They might log into the account as a super user. They'll oftentimes set up a new IDP so that they can hide their tracks, so they can give access to other people. So it's not just the initial attacker, but the rest of their network that's in there. And then they'll go ahead and continue to proceed from there to launch their attack and eventually probably end up ransoming some really valuable asset that you have. Why is this happening today? It's happening because there's blind trust between two things. I authenticate a user, so I establish that this user is Ambika. But now I have all the access that Ambika has allowed, but I'm not really looking for any anomalies in Ambika's behavior. So if an attacker authenticates as Ambika, they come in, they can do whatever they like, and if they take pathways that even Ambika normally doesn't take, there's no way to establish that is happening. So that is the blind trust that we are dealing with Cisco Identity Intelligence and addressing the problem right there. So instead of just stopping at, can Ambika get this access, which is an authentication thing, once Ambika has the access, we continue to ask the question, well, should she be doing what we see her doing? Or is the behavior that she's exhibiting anomalous? Make sense? So in the attack that I just explained, here are a few things that Cisco Identity Intelligence would be able to deliver. When that attacker called into the help desk, we could put up a dashboard showing them a lot of activity that this user who's calling in for an MFA reset might have recently had. So the questions can go beyond to like, what were the last 3 applications you accessed since morning? Things about their manager, perhaps. You can also look at things like, oh, this person is coming in from a new ISP. Never seen this ISP before. So again, you have a bunch of behavior-based, posture-based, and other information to use so that you can prove whether this person is the person they are or not. And then moving beyond that, we would do a bunch of things like analyze behavior, analyze posture, analyze the policies on an ongoing continuous basis to make sure that the behavior is an anomalous. So if you look at this at every stage of that attack, there might have been very clear tells that this is something that should not be allowed, and we could have either alerted or blocked the user from doing those things. So this is the power of identity intelligence. And then very quickly, going over how this works, and you saw this morning, it's about working with the existing identity systems, pulling out from them the intelligence that they have related to identity, including not just users, but also machines, and pulling that into the identity intelligence framework. So again, you've got users, machines, applications, the works, and then building an identity graph to analyze all of the behaviors that I talked about. And then using that, we hydrate all of Cisco Identity Intelligence. And by July, you will see this even if you're buying a standalone products, like Duo for authentication, we'll be using Identity Intelligence. Secure Access will be making access decisions including identity intelligence, and even our XDR will be using identity intelligence as part of that mix. So the thing that we're inviting everyone to do and suggesting is take the identity security assessment. You don't have to have any of our products deployed for this, but if you take this assessment, we can look at what your identity posture is and be able to tell you if there are things that you should be paying more attention to make sure that you have a strong identity posture. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go to the last one of these, which is breach protection. This is really about our XDR capabilities. We see about 550 billion events on any particular day. We see them across a lot of control points. If you just have a handful of control points and not all of them, you might miss the signal, because it's not just through the use of identity. Generally, attackers are becoming very good at looking like legitimate traffic as they start and progress their attacks. So they'll get in there and they'll use channels that you can't turn off, like RDP, et cetera. So they just look like normal behavior, normal traffic. The signals are much harder to pick up on. But if you look across all the control points, even if the signals are low, when you stitch them together, you're able to detect these attacks. Most of them start still with phishing, et cetera, in the email realm. They usually point you to a website, so having a good understanding of DNS and knowing which websites just went up yesterday, even if they look completely legitimate, really, really helps. And then from there, looking at every process at an endpoint. And the final thing is the network, which is the ultimate ground truth, because no matter what these attackers are doing, finally, when they go for the prize, they're likely to give themselves away. So looking across all of these becomes really important. But no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, one of these attacks could actually succeed. And when that happens, we've got ransomware recovery. So what we've done with ransomware recovery is, if we see a suspicious process and we can't make a determination whether this is malware or not, we maintain your business continuity by saying, look, if this is suspicious, let's go ahead and take what we call a just-in-time snapshot. So we're not continuously snapshotting everything. We take a just-in-time snapshot and we store it. If this is benign, we simply throw away that snapshot. But if it's malicious behavior and your application actually comes under attack, we are able to use the snapshot and recover almost instantaneously and ensure the continuity of your business. Now we're working with multiple storage partners here, and we're just following what our customers' usage there is. But it's a very powerful capability, because in many ways, the ability to recover really quickly is almost the ultimate defense against ransomware attacks. This is what our breach protection suite is made up of. Now, I want to go into one more area, and I want to spend some time here, because it's about AI and what we are doing with AI. And for that, I'm going to invite DJ Sampat, who is our VP of Product, focused on AI, to join me here. DJ.
Thank you.
So, DJ, I'm going to keep some slides up, but I want to make this totally conversational, and I'm going to take you places where, you know, the slides may not normally take you.
All right, let's rock and roll.
Look, AI is super important for us, right? We've been spending a lot of time on it, making big investments here. What are the tenets of the approach that we are taking with AI?
Now, the way we are thinking about AI, and you know, it is obviously one of the most buzzwordy concepts out there, but it's starting to become incredibly real, right? So from that perspective, the way we've broken this down for our customers is we think about it in three separate pillars. First one is assist, where we are building capabilities to assist the admin, assist the SOC analyst, the firewall user, to be able to effectively do their tasks a lot easier. The second part of it is really being able to augment human capabilities with AI, where we're bringing machine-driven insights. When you think about, you heard Ambika talk about 550 billion signals coming together. You have to have AI help you synthesize all of that data and help you make decisions in a timely fashion. The last piece is really all about automation. You have to be able to respond really quickly to the attacks. And you heard about how we're doing ransomware recovery. What if you could use AI to be able to call those APIs automatically? That's really the potency of what you can do. So that's why we've broken it down into assist, augment, and automate as the 3 capabilities.
So there's a statement here. We are making AI pervasive across the Cisco Security Cloud. And let's talk about that. Exactly what have we done? What are we announcing here?
Absolutely. What you're seeing up there on the top, we've already gone ahead and announced the ability to do ransomware recovery in the automate section, being able to use those APIs to do that. We've also announced the ability to analyze encrypted traffic and take actions by using AI to automatically recognize malware, even if the traffic isn't encrypted. We launched the AI assistant in Firewall to be able to allow the admins to use natural language to manage their policies. Now, all of those we'd already accomplished. But what we're announcing here at Cisco Live in Amsterdam is the AI assistant for secure access. We're also are announcing capabilities where we're leveraging AI to be able to detect very specific targeted attacks over emails. And last but not the least, we are looking at usage of AI, which has sort of really gone up. Like everybody's using ChatGPT, or they're using Bard. They're using APIs to be able to access some of these applications. And we're now in the business of protecting the use of AI, which is absolutely critical inside of every single organization right now.
So a lot of people here were at an earlier session, but I still want to walk through the demo for the Firewall Assistant. And DJ, what would be really interesting for us to understand is, why is what we've done so differentiated? Like a lot of people, AI is a buzzword. Everyone in the industry is AI washing all their products, right? So I think what I want to do here is draw out the details of our approach as we go through that, and I'm going to let you drive for yourself here.
Thank you so much. I think the important piece to sort of understand here is the concept of bolting on versus building it in, right? A lot of AI washing that you're seeing right now is basically people trying to simply add an API and say, hey, here's an API that seamlessly does something for you using ChatGPT. What we have done is we've taken a fundamentally different approach. When we launched our AI assistant inside of the Firewall, we basically went to our customers. We talked to them and we asked them, hey, what are the things that you want the AI to help you with? And based on their feedback, we went out and we built it, where we use natural language to be able to understand the types of questions that they may normally ask. And we have fine-tuned these models to solve for those custom use cases. So in this particular example, what you're seeing here is you ask a question that says, hey, give me all the policies that are controlling the sales application. What you see in response is each and every single one of those firewall rules. Notice that you cannot get this with simply calling an API. You have to query your policy store, get that response back, and then show that in a nice tabular format that makes it easy for an analyst or a firewall admin to be able to take actions.
And this is the multimodal nature of it.
Exactly. So we're making sure that it's not just text-based, it has different types of responses that come out of as a response. So here's another one. When we go ahead and add a rule, when you have to do that today, you have to go into the dashboard, click a bunch of buttons. It probably takes you about 15 clicks, and trust me when I tell you this.
So let's go to the rule and show that.
Yeah, so you don't have to do those 15 clicks. You can just click into this, and automatically you see that it constructs a rule for you, and then it asks you, hey, how would you create this rule? And when you click yes, it still needs that human input to be able to do that. It comes back with a response that says, hey, you've successfully deployed an outbound block rule to be able to do that. Now, shifting gears a little bit over here, if you wanted detailed instructions to upgrade a firewall, today you would have to go in and look at a whole lot of different documents and in your knowledge bases to be able to do that. What the AI assistant now does this is basically you can ask a simple question. It lists out each and every single one of the steps that you would need to take to be able to perform an upgrade, and it references all of the sources without you having to click into any of the documentation store.
And it has full context, right? So it knows what release you're on, it knows what you need. So it's not just randomly pulling out information, it's operating within the context that you are operating.
That's exactly right. Now, another interesting problem is that a lot of you all have, configurations inside of your firewall. You've got tons and tons of rules already in place, right? So sometimes when you go out and create another rule, it might potentially be a duplicate. What the AI assistant can do for you here is that it comes back and tells you, hey, we just discovered that you have a lot of duplicates inside of your firewall. And with one single click, you can either disable them or delete them all and eliminate all of these duplicates or misconfigurations that might potentially exist. And that, again, keeps still the human in the loop. You're still there, you're still driving it, but makes it incredibly easy and effective for you to be able to do it. And with that, I'd like to switch gears into that. Absolutely, yes. The
question was, can you roll back after making a decision for the AI assistant to do something for you? And the answer is?
Absolutely, yes. And guess what? You can do that in natural language. You can just go back in there and say, hey, roll back the rule, and it's going to do that for you.
And you can do it in many languages too. So when you're talking about natural language, even though we're showing this in English, that's not the only one. If you want to share instructions with somebody else, you can have this basically say, hey, give me what you've given me in Portuguese, and you can use that with someone else. So really, really powerful.
That's right. And we're announcing the exact same capabilities that you saw inside of the firewall. We're announcing them, all of those capabilities, inside of the secure access as well. And that's really the big announcement today, is that we're seamlessly providing you with that exact same interface that you just saw into each and every single one of our products. And we're announcing that inside of secure access, where you have the ability to do the same things, create policies, examine your rules and take actions just using natural language.
So the last one that we've got to share is actually securing the use of AI. So let's run through that. We've just got a couple of minutes here.
Absolutely. So very quickly, one of the key things that we're announcing here is that today a lot of your team members are actively trying and exploring the use of AI. They're grabbing an API, they're sending out traffic to your ChatGPT. A lot of interesting things are happening inside, and you need visibility, right? If you don't have visibility into how your team members are using AI, you're in trouble, because if they might be copying.
Or even which AI Gen AI applications or chat applications are using.
That's right.
Because some of them might be social engineered to appear to be good applications. That's starting to happen, but they're not. You really don't want anyone interacting with them.
That's exactly right. And if they are sending critical information outside, things like your source code, things like your PII, PCI, not even knowing that they're copy-pasting these things inside of the chat window, you want appropriate controls in place, and that's really what we're talking about. And there are about 70 plus Gen AI apps out there right now. Whether you're using over APIs or whether you're just using them over a browser, you need to have visibility into protecting against that, and that's really what we're announcing today.
And I want to emphasize one more thing. So it's not just when they're using it and data leaks out of your organization. They might, in a hurry, say, give me the code for X, Y, or Z, and they might cut and paste that into your coding infrastructure. That's a liability for you. So it's going to prevent that from happening too.
Absolutely.
So very exciting news. Thank you there, DJ. And
back to you.
Just to close this out, everything that we've talked about so far, whether it's taking point products and providing integrated solutions, the use of AI, use of identity, all the other capabilities we've discussed, they're in service of really 3 pillars. We want to give you the best efficacy when it comes to security. We want to make sure that user experience, both for the end user and for IT, is great. And that's so important because under the auspices of making things more secure, we often don't care about those 2 pieces of experience, but they're vital. And then finally, the economics of all of this matter. And we want to be true to all those pillars. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back into the Cisco TV studio, coming at you live from Amsterdam here at Cisco Live 2024. Man, we have had a fantastic day here, and the day is a million miles from over. We have just come out of a replay of our very popular Security iTalk. Cisco has added so many new security and AI capabilities. It is the crucial step for creating our Cisco networking cloud vision. Here at Cisco, as you just heard a moment ago, we're addressing that need to connect, to secure, to assure increasingly complex applications and networks. We're introducing all of these new integrations across networking, across our security portfolio. That secure networking solution, that is what gives you that shared view out across your entire network. And as you just heard a moment ago, it gives you a scalable way to enforce your security policies everywhere with no compromise. What does that mean for you? Always on, always user optimized. I'm so glad that we got to see that Security iTalk again. Incredible value coming at you. Hopefully you've been with us all the way throughout the day. In case not, make sure that you continue to reach out to us on our social media channels. That is hashtag Cisco Live EMEA or at Cisco Live EMEA. Our social media team is about, I don't know, we're going to call it 400 feet that way, all looking for your hits. So whatever you're enjoying here during the innovation talks, during the keynote, during the demos and the stand-up interviews, write to us. Let us know what you like, what is getting you excited here from the event and from the show. What we're going to do now is take a few moments to have a little fun with our own Cedric Duvalder, who was out wandering around in the world of solutions, the hub, talking to our attendees here at the show and getting their responses and their reactions to what they're seeing. Enjoy, take a look. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
Hi there, we're still here at Cisco Live Amsterdam 2024, and I'm really excited. It's buzzing around, but I want to know what people are interested about and why they come to Cisco Live and what they think the best part is. So let's go, let's annoy some people. What are you most excited about for Cisco Live 2024?
I guess new technologies mostly.
I'm so excited to spend time with all of our colleagues and customers and partners.
Well, it's great to be here and just to see people come to live again.
Let's keep going.
I'm here to discover many subjects about AI.
New technologies, which is FSO and the Meraki solutions.
Is this your first Cisco Live?
Yes.
First one, a newbie. Cool. Should I risk it to ask someone who's driving right now?
I want to hear about the new announcements and see what's coming up for the next year.
Are you gonna win?
I'm just trying to do my best here. So.
Last place. That's not the spirit. I like your beanie, by the way. It's very cold in Amsterdam. Something really cool at the sustainability zone this year as well. You can build a bike.
We are so thrilled and happy to be part of the environment panel. Bring a little bit of green and introduce it. For us, it's a great honor.
I'm looking forward to all the demos that we have, and there's lots of things, so lots of good sessions.
You heard it, there's so many great things happening here at Cisco Live. And people are just excited, like they're excited to hear about AI, they're excited to spend time with our engineers, just explore, to bump into old friends and colleagues, and it's just bigger and better.
That is what it's all about right there. We always say, Cisco, yes, we are a technology company, we are a people first company. When we get a chance to talk to our people, which is really what Cisco Lives are all about all over the world, that's what makes us happy, and that's where we get to the root of the story. So, well done, Cedric. Keep going and finding wonderful people here on the show floor. Right now, I'm going to go to the other side of our studio, where Nish Parker has an interview with Cohen Jacobs, Cisco's VP of Solutions Engineering. Nish, let me head it on over to you.
Yes, I'm over here with two guests, so I'm joined by Koen and by Yaman. Let's start with introductions. What are you doing here at the show? What is your job at Cisco? Tell our audience everything.
Yeah, well, great to be with you, Nish. Well, solutions engineering, as just announced, so responsible for about 1,700 SEs, which is the technical side of sales across EMEA.
Right.
Very much started as an engineer myself, been here for 23 years, and this is very much an engineering event, so love all about it.
Yeah,
really
this is probably one of the big highlights of your year, as it is mine.
It absolutely is, yes.
How about you, Yaman? What do you do at Cisco?
Good, so welcome everyone. So I actually take care of full stack observability and app dynamics. I lead the solution engineering team across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I'm here actually on the demo staff duties as well with the team, so really kind of helping out, show our customers and partners the power of full stack observability in our world solution.
Well, thank you for making the time. I know when you're a demo staff, there's lots of customers coming up to you wanting to pick your brains, I'm sure, about FSO. We've had so much about it today as well. So you're having a good show, it sounds like. What are your kind of key observations, takeaways? Obviously, we had the keynote this morning. We've had lots of innovation talks. The world of solutions is buzzing. What's something that you've really taken away that people at home should know about the event?
Well, it's just spending the time with customers and partners, getting their feedback, but also there's, walking the floor. I love doing that, and finding serendipity, Nish, which is just, and there's all of these nuggets of gold that you find around. And one of them is Capture the Flag, which is a gamified learning experience where people are going on a mission, and actually as they complete missions, they get rewarded with continuous education credits, so they can continue to invest in their own education. Something else is a piece of innovation that came out of the Technical Assistance Center. And it's called RATKit, and it's a great way of continuing to condense enablement timeframes, troubleshooting timeframes rather. So when people end up in a situation where there's something going on with the network, we often duplicate the information that comes, and the team's done a brilliant job at how we can bring that into a tool in a secure gateway, cloud-based gateway, and just we want all our customers to know about this, all our partners to know about it, because it's a great time saver. And it just gets to the solution, the resolution faster.
Yeah, for sure. And Yaman, how about you? What have you kind of experienced at the event? What's been a takeaway for you as you've walked around the floor and listened to the sessions?
So the amazing thing is we really find our customers and partners, they really want to see how we can help them out with their digital transformation and how they really find out the next transformation in their journey, especially when people want to see how we're moving applications from typical monolithic apps to cloud native, and how we can really help that transformation for them. So great chance for them to really learn about that great technology, and a great chance to also meet a lot of colleagues and partners as well.
Yes, for sure. Now, Koen, we talked a little bit earlier about AI at the show. Also today on the broadcast, we've also talked about learning certifications, skills, talent. So how do we marry those two together? How do we talk, what are we doing in the space around skills, AI? Like, how do they come together?
Well, I think skills is a continuously evolving element for every individual, career-wise and other. One important thing is we're celebrating DevNet's 10th anniversary this year here at Cisco Live, so that's amazing. I can't believe it's already been 10 years.
Every time we come to Cisco Live, the DevNet area is one of the most popular, right?
Yeah, and in terms of skills, it's something that from a skills transformation perspective, that's been very much at the heart of engineering and moving from network engineers to net DevOps engineers, and that type of skill is also something that as we now come to the cusp of AI and that new wave of technology that's coming at us, workloads are going to get bigger, automation is going to get more prevalent, and integration and innovation is just all there. And it's important, to the point of the learning, the education credits, it's something we want to continue to invest, both in our own people, but also in our customer and our partner engineers, so we can drive the solutions and the AI productivity that we're after, of course.
For sure. Now, I've been told something's happening this week. I don't know what that is. Are you about to tell us?
Oh, well, that's a little bit of it's a public secret, I guess, amongst the Cisco people. So what we love doing at Cisco is taking the feedback from our customers back to our business entities, our business units, so the people who actually build the products. And we used to meet up a lot in San Jose, our headquarters, where we put the BE folks and the solutions engineers together to relay that feedback. And when the pandemic hit, we sort of stopped doing that. We never came back to it. We virtualized it, which works great for many aspects. But in terms of strategic dialogue and innovation and creativity and all of that, it's good to see each other face to face. So we said, hey, you know what? There's a whole bunch of BE people here. There's a whole bunch of SEs here.
Yes.
Let's put them together at the end of the week and drive some of that serendipity and just bring the feedback that we've collated all week, all of us, to each other, and see how we can continue to make our portfolio more innovative and more powerful.
I love that. I think so far we've been chatting here, seated here for a couple of minutes. You've covered everything that Cisco Live is about. It's about connection, it's about learning, about celebration. You talked about 10 years of DevNet, how people are loving to connect here in person, the learning, the talent piece. So Yaman, I want to come to you next. Now, I hear you've been running a FSO Roadshow for customers and for partners. Firstly, what is the FSO Roadshow?
Great question, and just to kind of give you an idea, so basically the FSO Roadshow is, we really kind of, let's take a step back. There's so many great innovations that Cisco is announcing here at Cisco Live and throughout the past 1.5 years in the terms of full stack observability. And what we want to do is we want to kind of get that knowledge out to the field and really get in front of our customers and partners as well as our colleagues. And the most important thing is to really show how that transformation of really talking about observability as table stakes right now, where customers are really asking for this, expecting us to really show how we can really empower them to really have that full stack visibility and to really kind of give them the insights what's going on. So we're going to focus on three things. We're going to focus on making sure that our customers have the details of what's full stack observability, give them the use cases that we have in place, and we plan to redo it across 18 cities across EMEA. So that's number one. Number two, we want to do this thing actually in partnership. So this is going to be in partnership with some of our ecosystem partners and cloud providers as well. And we want to redo it also for our partner community so they can really able to build the practice around observability and how this is actually can be a good, let's say, next step for them to build on top of their Cisco practice today. And third, and that's really also quite equally important, is with Kuhn sponsorship, we want to make sure that we actually also do this thing scaled for our SE community, our solution engineering community inside Cisco. So we want to make sure everyone understands what's full stack, what are the features of that solution offering that we have today, and to really get them ready to take that journey next.
Awesome. Well, Yaman and Kuhn, thank you so much for joining me here in the studio. We're actually going to hop back over to the other set where Steve is with a new guest. Steve, how are you doing over there? Who do you have?
Hello, my friend. Yes, great job, Nish. Well done. And our thanks to Kuhn and Yaman for doing such a fantastic job over there in that interview. We really deeply appreciate that. All right, so we are going to turn to an interview that I've been pretty excited about. Laurent Degré is here with us, VP of France and Media. I am so glad you had time to actually come in. You've had a busy week already, Laurent.
Absolutely, and you know, it's such a great time, such a special moment in time, this Cisco Live, that I'm so excited about it. It's going to be busy already, but it's going to be even more.
And I'm glad you just went exactly right where I want to take us. So you joined Cisco about 15 years ago, and when you came on board, you were leading services sales in the South EMEA region. Now here you are, you're VP, General Manager, Cisco France, and what that means is you've seen a lot. You've been to a number of Cisco Lives, you've been around a long time, and what I was going to ask you is, what are you seeing this week that's different? What is distinguishing this year and really making it stand apart for you?
I never missed one, by the way. And you know, it's always a great moment to connect with our customers, to share our innovation, our development, but also to get feedbacks, right? As Kuhn mentioned, it's about getting feedback so that we keep improving and we keep developing and innovate. I guess what's special this year is really about AI. Yeah. AI is top of mind for everyone. We keep using AI for a while, but it's amazing, and I got customer meetings this morning that were really impressed by what it means when it comes to observability, how we improve troubleshooting on the network, how we improve customer experience when it comes to WebEx, and also when it comes to cybersecurity and how you improve threat detection and remediation. It's absolutely outstanding. That's the one thing today, I guess, for this year.
I think so, and because we hear AI every 5 feet that we walk, and it's so imperative for everything that we're doing here at Cisco, I feel like it's conversion time for AI. And I think it's a lot of what Oliver and Jonathan were talking about this morning. We've been used to it for a long time. Cisco has been in the AI game for a long while. Now it's putting it into application for successful outcomes. Is this what you're seeing and hearing about from our customers as well?
It is absolutely what the customer are asking for, and this is exactly what we're focusing on and we're developing as we speak, absolutely.
Indeed, indeed. Again, I think one of the reasons this is such an exciting year, even beyond the AI, I think it's how we're pulling everything together. If we look at what Cisco France is doing, you have got a huge year ahead of you. What can we look forward to seeing in the French market here in 2024?
You know, it's a long story, Cisco France, right? We started in the 90s, we were 8 people in France, right? I was not there at that time. We are now about 800, and I think we now are in a situation where we have great business with a big enterprise, small business, association, governments, and we are kind of contributing to the economy. We are training up now 50,000 people a year, from skills, education, to jobs. And there is something unique this year that you can expect in 2024, which is absolutely unique. That's our contribution to the Paris 2024, to the Olympics that are going to be held in Paris. Everything you're seeing here today, right, is going to be put in place for the Olympics. And when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to networking, when it comes to WebEx, so in a nutshell, everything we're going to do will be live for the largest event worldwide. And we keep saying in Paris, hey, you know what? If we can do that, we can do it for any business, right?
Any business at all, regardless of their size, regardless of their location. And what I love about that story right there, Laurent, is that it's tangible. This is the kind of thing that our Cisco users, or people who might want to become Cisco users, they watch it, they see it, and they say, there it is. That's exactly what I want to do, right? We have a large global network. Cisco France is a very important country within that network. Why do you think that the characteristics of the French market make it really distinct and special within the Cisco ecosphere?
Again, I think it's back to the large ecosystem we are working with when it comes to the government, the 1,200 partners that we're having over there that are not only French partners, but global partners overall, working with us in co-innovation, in business development too, and this unique relationship that we're building with the authorities that are leading to this trust when it comes to the Olympics as well. So we are embedded in the economy. We have large and global partners. We got a great place to work, and we are betting for it this year as well because we're connecting, we're securing, but we're also a people company, as you know, also in France.
So the last thing that I want to ask you, boil it down to one question. You're here at the show this week. People are coming up, having great conversations with you. Is there one question that keeps coming up again and again and again of what Cisco EMEA and specifically Cisco France are doing for them?
One question, you mean?
Yeah, what are you hearing again and again and again?
The question coming up always again is, you guys are never stopping innovation, what's next? What about AI? What's coming next right after? And all the customers are eager to know what's next for us because they know we're going to keep that innovation moving on and accelerating as we keep doing. We're transforming, you heard about a lot of transformation coming up. We're going to do more and more and more to contribute to our customers. That's the main question.
I think it's a great story. Laurent, I am so glad that we had you with us here in the studio today. Congratulations on an amazing week for you, for your entire France team, and I hope we'll get a chance to talk with you again soon.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Cheers, cheers. Well, everybody, we are approaching the end of our broadcast day, but that does not mean that any of you should go anywhere. Make sure that you stay here in the feed. We're going to share something very special with you about 1 minute and 30 seconds from now. Please remember to keep reaching out to us on social media again and again. Comment on what you hear, what you see. If something gets you inspired or gets you excited, or you want to be a part of what it is that we're creating here at Cisco, we want to welcome every one of you in using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA or at Cisco Live EMEA. Doesn't matter what that social platform is, our social media team is right out there keeping an eye on all of it, on every message that is coming at you. Like I said, we're going to share something special in about 1 minute, but I want to do a couple of things before we get to it. First of all, make sure that you join us here all day tomorrow on the live stream as well. Lots more innovation talks. You're going to hear more great interviews like you've heard all day today. You'll hear from the experts, from the executives here at Cisco, the future vision. You're going to see demos, all of the things that make Cisco Live Cisco Live. So wherever you tune in from around the world, you are a part of this experience. Whatever we are doing here at Cisco, no matter what technology we're talking about, it is all about the human experience. How do people perceive what we do at Cisco? How can they become a part of what we do here at Cisco? And again, we're so glad to have all of you here with us. I want to take just a very quick moment to thank the amazing Cisco TV broadcast team, all of my fellow hosts, all of you as well. And we are going to go out right now with a thank you, but also with some highlights from this morning's keynote. Enjoy, we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Good morning and welcome to Amsterdam, the beautiful city of Amsterdam, and welcome to Cisco Live.
There is no AI without the network. And today we are announcing Thousand Eyes integration with Cisco Secure Access. Can I get got a woo from G2, that's great. All right, that is our Secure Services Edge solution. Now, security and IT have got one place to see the digital experience of employees anywhere. Next up is your journey to cloud management and monitoring of all your Cisco wired and wireless infrastructure. Our highest performing Catalyst switching products are integrated into the Meraki dashboard to unify and to secure your experience and the end user experience. Now, we are redefining cloud-based secure connectivity for the branch and the campus by integrating the Catalyst SD-WAN and the Cisco Secure Access, our Secure Services Edge solution. Cisco is the networker of choice for enterprise AI clusters. We are announcing that we're partnering with NVIDIA, as well as Nutanix and others, to extend this leadership position and assist all of you. We all know that NVIDIA is synonymous with AI, and Cisco is the same with networking. And we're coming together on enterprise Ethernet networking solutions. We are putting NVIDIA GPUs into Cisco servers and networking solutions so that you can design reliable, fast, scalable, sustainable architectures for AI workloads inside of your enterprise.
So what we've got is a bunch of new innovations in AI. So we have securing AI with intellectual property protection. That's going to be made sure it's part of secure access. That's available today. What we also have is advanced AI for email threat detection. So you can detect patterns in email with advanced AI. That's also going to be as part of our email threat detection. And we have AI Assistant for Cisco Secure Access. Just like you saw with Firewall, that same assistant is now also going to be able to allow you to go out and set policies for your SASE product and your SSE product through an AI Assistant. And so I'm delighted to announce Cisco Identity Intelligence being launched today here in EMEA, in Amsterdam.
You know, security risk assessments are top of the mind for our security ops, IT ops, and application team. And I'm very happy to announce extension to our business risk observability with DSPM observability, which is Data Security Posture Management Observability. This is helping you detect, discover, analyze, and quickly take action to protect your data and protect your brand. And I'm very happy to announce we are extending the digital experience monitoring by adding session replay as part of that. And it is going GA this week. It's like Netflix. You have access to millions of users who are accessing your application. But we have simplified by building in analytics so that we can quickly narrow down the problematic sessions, and it is that simple.